Hello everyone, a very good evening to you all. Welcome to the first lecture of Performance Management paper of ACCA. I hope all of you are doing well. We're going to start the batch with a quick round of introduction about ourselves. I'll go first, and then I would request all of you to give me an introduction about you. So I am Anushka Jain, CA and ACCA. I qualified as a chartered accountant first in 2017 after clearing all the levels in their first go. So it's been about 8 years, more than 8 years now that I did the qualification of CA. Post that, I joined Coca-Cola in Bangalore. And then it was during this time that I developed the interest for international financial practices. So that's when I decided to take up ACCA. So because I was a chartered accountant, I had to appear for just 4 papers at the strategic professional level. So I chose to give AFM first. So I got All India rank 1 and World rank 2 in that paper. Then I took up SBL and SBR next in the September 2019 attempt. And finally, APM in December 2019. So within a span of 6 to 9 months, I cleared all the papers of ACCA. So I cleared all of them in the first go. So Jan 2020 gave me the affiliate status for ACCA. And it was during this time that I started teaching the students. I've been taking batches for AFM, FM, PM, APM. I've taken batches for BT, MA. So a lot of the subjects at different levels of ACCA. And I worked for Coca-Cola. I worked for Pernod Ricard India. Pernod Ricard India is a company name for brands like alcohol brands like Chivas Regal, Ballantine's, Royal Salute. So these are the commonly known brands. Imperial Blue, Royal Stag and all. So these are the brands under the umbrella of Pernod Ricard. And then I moved on to Flipkart as the business finance manager for the fintech division. And then I got a call back. So I worked for Flipkart for about 2.5 years. I got a call back from Pernod Ricard to join them as the head of finance for Northeast Sales Finance. So I worked in Pernod Ricard till February 2025, post which I moved full time into coaching. So all this while I was managing my corporate world and coaching together. But now I've moved fully to coaching. So in this, currently I'm giving allocations for PM, FM, MA, and AFM, right? So if it's very much possible, you might have taken classes from me earlier. If you have, do let me know when you give me your introduction, right? So that's all about myself, my academic career, professional career. Now I would request all of you to tell me about yourself. Tell me your name. I can see your name, but you can mention your name. Then where are you from? And is this your first paper of ACCA? If not, then tell me the subjects that you have appeared for. And if you have attended my lectures before, do let me know that. Please start. So you can use the chat function. Please put the message to everyone. Don't just directly send it to me so that all of you can also get to know each other. Please put across your message to everyone. Send in your message in the chat, please. Okay, I see Govind has responded. Govind from Delhi, pursuing BCom from Delhi University. I've cleared FM and FR. Yes, I could recognize you, Govind. You were there in the FM batch. Good to see you back in the PM paper as well, Govind. Thank you so much, Govind. Thanks a lot. Navika says she's from Panipat, still in school in 12th. I've just finished the knowledge level paper. Oh, very nice. Good to start soon. So you're done with all the papers of the knowledge level, Navika? Very good. Great. Good to have an early start in your career. Others also, please put your messages in the chat. Varsha says she's from Jaipur. Third subject, cleared FM and given FR exam in December 25. Varsha, were you there in my FM batch? And I can remember. Okay, Varsha is also. So a lot of past batch students from Mumbai currently pursuing BCom. I've cleared FR and FM paper, studied FM, right? Cleared for audit and assurance exam in the December attempt. Very good. Lohar is from Ahmedabad. Okay. So what are you doing currently, Lohar? Jitender from Delhi. I'm a BCom graduate and semi-qualified CA. Currently, I am a specialist in IHE. Good exam. This is my first exam. Okay, Jitender, it's your first exam. Supratik, we met today in the morning also. Very good, Supratik. It's a good combo that you're taking up. So it's gonna be a little hectic for you though. As a student, uh, it might be a little hectic taking two life patches, but I hope you don't feel that. Kripa is from Delhi, pursuing BCom from Delhi University. Third paper of ACCA, cleared FR, then given AA exam. Okay. Tijo, Tijuvati from Chennai, working in World Bank. Oh, nice. This is my second paper given FR exam in December. Bhavna is currently an ACMA and first ACCA exam. All right. So I see it's a mixed lot. Sunny is from Gujarat, working as a tutor and in a startup. Very good. I was there in FM batch September attempt and cleared it. Also given A for exam. Oh, nice. So it's a good reunion of a lot of past students. Yugal, I was just waiting for your message. From Delhi, currently enrolled in ACCA, recently enrolled. Okay, PM is my first paper, which I will appear in March 26. Krishti, what about you? I think I haven't seen your message. Stressed all of you have responded. Okay, all right. So your Saturdays are also working, Bhavna. Should be hectic for you. Very good to see your messages. All right. So let's begin. So Pratik, it will be quite a revision for you because we're gonna go with the same orientation session first. So if you want to drop off for some time and join back later, that's also fine. Take some rest, come back later, join back in around an hour or so. I think that should be fine. Okay. So we have a orientation on the paper. So before we get into the details of the exam and stuff, I'll first give you a brief about how we're going to be conducting our classes. A lot of you have taken my classes earlier, so you will already be aware of how we do it. But anyways, so what we are going to do, our classes will be on weekends, Saturday, Sunday, from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. So that will be for our regular classes, discussion of new topics and everything. Everything happens on the weekend, Saturday, Sunday, 4 to 9 p.m. Please be regular in the class. You will start to enjoy the paper. PM as such is a slightly technical paper, slightly more technical than the FM paper. So be ready for that. And so classes on weekends for practice of questions or for your doubts. Okay. So initially that won't be needed as much because initial few chapters tend to be on a little theoretical side. So once we get full swing into the chapters, I will schedule some practice sessions, oblique doubt sessions. So if you have any doubts also, you can join those sessions. So I will schedule those question practice, oblique doubt session during the weekdays, but I will keep it early morning so that it doesn't interfere with your anything else that you might be pursuing if you're pursuing college or if you're in a job. So I'll keep it early morning, 7 o'clock. So 9:30, 10 sort of a session for question practice only. Otherwise, new topics will be covered in the weekend sessions only. You will get a pre-information about it. I'll discuss the classes with you, those extra classes for question practice and doubts. I will discuss it with you and then we'll keep it during the week. But after some time when we are having more questions to do, right? Otherwise, we'll be meeting over the weekends, right? And other than that, we are going to be referring to the VGLD book. So I hope all of you have got the book. If not, please get a copy of it, connect with your coordinators at VGLD, they'll give you the book. Or if they've already sent it across, you must be receiving it very soon. And until that time, you can also get, the ebook on the LMS. Connect with the team to get a copy of the LMS. How many of you have got the books, physical books? Bhavna has got it. Yugal has it. Govind has got it. Okay. So no worries. Those of you who have not got it, please do connect with your coordinators to get the copy of the book. They'll definitely provide you. So in our classes, we are going to be referring to the VGLD book. All the things we also booked out session. No, we'll not book sessions. I will inform you whenever I see a lot of doubts have accumulated. So what I usually do now, Yogan, whenever we start off a class, I'll ask you in the beginning itself if you have doubts. So if these are small doubts, I will clear them right away during the session, during our regular weekend session. But if there are longer doubts, I will record them for my purposes and I will schedule the doubt session so that all the doubts, everyone can join it and all the doubts get resolved together. If these are small doubts, I will clear them right away during the beginning of any lecture. So always I dedicate some 15 minutes time. If you have any doubts, you can ask me during that time. Okay, so like when we join in around 4 o'clock, we'll have time to discuss those doubts. If the doubts are too long, I don't want to derail our regular discussion. So I will schedule a doubt class separately for your doubts. Tijuvati says, I've got the book for the December attempt. Hope there will be no changes. No changes in the syllabus. It's the same book that I'm also going to be referring. Okay. So, Bhavna, the classes are from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. That will be a regular duration of the class. I'll give you a break in between for about 15 to 20 minutes. You can refresh yourself. So around what, 6:37, we'll take a short break for 15 to 20 minutes, and then we'll continue till 9 o'clock. Okay. And anything else? Any doubts? So whenever you get anything to ask me, please just put it in the chat. I'll take it up. Okay. Yes. So coming back, what I was saying is that you'll be referring to the VGLD book. I'll be covering that in the class. Second is I have my notes in Excel. Those of you who have already taken my classes, you know that I, keep the chapter-wise notes in Excel. So you'll get it across. Once the chapter is over, I will upload it on the LMS and you will get a copy of it. So you can download, you can use them as it is. You don't need to take any screenshots or anything. Whatever I'm using, whatever content I'm going to be using in the classes, you will get it as it is. So you can refer to it without any hesitation. Okay, so while in the class, just be focused on listening and solving the questions so that you get the maximum output out of it, right? So with having said that, VGLD book, class notes, and a lot of question practice. So for question practice, you can refer to the VGLD book. It's very extensive. A lot of questions are there. And I'll tell you about some question practice which you can do from the study hub also. Okay, so let's get into the flow of the exam now. Just 1 second now. You don't need to do handwritten notes, and I'll come to why that is so. Okay. So your exam, the performance management exam or any other ECC exam, these are all computer-based exams. Okay. No longer you will be writing your papers with pen anymore, right? So it's all computer-based exam. So my earnest request to you from today, please join in the classes using your laptop or desktop computers, not on mobile phones. The reason is I want all of you to become accustomed. Okay. Yes, Tijavati, you'll get these notes as well, everything. This PPT also you will get. Right. So what I was saying is that because it is a computer-based exam, make sure you become very comfortable with computers. If you are practicing on your computers, your typing speed will also improve, because ultimately that's very, very necessary to manage time. So today onwards, no pen and paper. Go for practicing on your laptops on MS Excel. So mostly question solving you can do in your Excel. That will be very helpful for your exam preparation. To get yourself exam ready, I would suggest you to please join in using laptops and do the practice in the classes. And otherwise also, the question practice which you do later after the classes, please do that on Excel or computer only, solely, right? So there is no choice in this exam. And also one more very important thing, now the exams are center-based exams only. There is no option to go for a remote-based exam anymore. So you have to book a center, appear for the exam in the center. This creates equality among all the students, as if there is no scope for any mishappening, any attempt by any spurious attempt by any student. So all of you will be booking your centers and going to the exam centers to write your exam. So be prepared for that as well. Now there's no choice in this exam. All questions have to be answered. Okay, you'll not get any optional questions. All the questions will be mandatory. There is no negative marking. All questions should be attempted. So even if you are not very confident with a particular question, please do not leave it, because there's no negative marking. There's no harm in going for even a wrong, you know, wrong answer. So you have to appear for all. So exam duration will be 3 hours, and as you must be aware, the paper will be of 100 marks, and you have to score 50 marks to pass the paper. Okay. Now there are 3 sections in the exam, similar to what you would have seen. Those of you who have given papers earlier, uh, I hope all of you are aware that there would be 3 sections: section A, B, C. Section A and B are objective test questions. Section A and B are objective test questions. Section C is constructed response. Ma'am, what do you mean by constructed response? Basically, you'll have to write detailed answers. A and B, you will be doing objective answering. Okay, so no elaborate discussion, no descriptive answers. So section A will have 15 questions of 2 marks each. Section A will have 15 questions of 2 marks each. That is 15 into 2, 30 marks. Then section B, it will have 3 questions. But this time, the difference between section A and B is that A section has got all independent questions. The questions are not interrelated. Section B, however, will have 3 questions, 3 scenario-based questions. And each of these scenarios will have 5 questions, sub-questions to it. So 5 questions based on each scenario. So, and each of these 5 questions will carry 2 marks. So therefore, your marks for each of the section B question is 10 marks. So 3 into 10, 30 marks goes into section B. Then comes section C. Section C will have 2 scenario-based questions. Okay. And it's not predefined how many sub-questions it will have. So each of the questions will carry 20 marks, and these 20 marks will be split into multiple sub-questions. However, it is not defined as in section B. It is defined, right? You're going to get 5 questions of 2 marks each. It is not defined over here how many questions would be there. So 20 marks per question, and what you need to know is that this 20 marks will be split into multiple parts. Not predefined. One question could be for 10 marks, another could be for 4 and 6. That could be a possible split. Another one question could be of 15 marks, then 2 marks, 3 marks. So the split could be anything. It says not predefined. And that adds the 40 marks. And this will make up the total 100 marks split of the exam. Those of you who are giving exam for the first time, please make sure you're very clear with this, how the exam is going to look like. If you have any doubts in your mind, please do ask me. Exam duration will be of 3 hours. Exam will be on a center with a computer. No pen and paper. Section A and B, you don't need to show any workings. You can do your workings on a rough paper. So in exam center, now you get rough papers also. So if you want to do some scribbling on the paper, that is also possible. Okay, you are allowed to carry calculators. Your normal standard calculator is also fine, and scientific calculators are also fine. So you can use and carry either of these calculators. Make sure it doesn't have the capability to store text. Okay. So it's not defined, Tijo. So they can ask from any topic, but mostly chapters, initial chapters, I'll tell you which ones. Initial few chapters are generally not asked in section C, but it's not predefined that the focus will be only on these chapters. It can be anything. Am I clear in this slide? Any doubt? See, don't wait for me to ask you if you have any doubt. Just put it in the chat. I will take out the time to take up your queries in the class itself. So don't hesitate. Don't feel shy. Is my doubt is simple, silly, or something? That just put it in the chat. Bhavna, there would be no need to practice from Kaplan. You will get my notes, which are quite extensive. You will get a lot of questions to practice from the VGLD book itself. In fact, I would strongly discourage you from going to any other material, because I'll tell you what happens. Students, when they have time, initially they'll start opening up a lot of books, and then this fall in this Pandora's box that there is so much to do. Whereas actually, it's a very clear cut, defined syllabus. If your concepts are rock solid, any question which comes, you'll be able to tackle it. So deal with just one book. Be so confident in it that any question which comes, you are able to handle it. So, because the other problem is that different books use different approach to solve, and then your mind starts getting confusing. Ma'am said this VGLD book says this, Kaplan book says this, BPP says this. It all becomes so confusing. So relax your mind. Whenever you're attending the classes, make sure they are 100% clear with the concepts. That should be helpful for you to appear with the papers without any hesitation. Just go with the flow which we are covering in the class. That will be fine. Okay. So if there are no doubts, then I'll move to the next. Yeah, Varsha, please tell me. Do you want to unmute and talk? Sure. Yes, Varsha, please tell me.
Ma'am, I just wanted to know one thing. Like you said that we should not use any other material for studies and all. So in the last subject also, I find so that yes, I covered the concepts and all from the VGLD book and the study hub site only. But there
Mhm.
were some questions like in the practice, in the CP platform and in the mock papers also, which were not covered neither in the study hub nor in the VGLD book. So for that, there was some kind of resource for BPP kit name sort of where multiple questions was there. So shouldn't we follow that also?
Not necessarily. I'm not sure. Which subject are you talking about?
FR.
FR. Okay. So I'll not comment on what the notes were shared by the faculty, but the notes which you're going to see here, they will be extensive. And also, even if I'm not commenting about the notes from the faculty, but also on the content of the book that is directly derived from ACCA's publication of the syllabus. So questions now, they can be tweaked around anything. So you can tweak a question. If I give you one question, I can tweak it in three different forms also. So that much presence of mind you will need to develop with the question practice also and with the classes. So I would strongly refrain from going to other materials. It will become a plethora of a lot of topics, a lot of questions, and it becomes repetitive and exhaustive for you. So avoid it.
Okay, ma'am.
Stick to one book, but concepts should be rock solid. Anything where you face a struggle over there, I'm there to help you out. The notes will be extensive, so no need to bother about going through different books. There are a lot of books in the market. You can go endlessly otherwise.
Yes, ma'am. The concept of the notes and VGLD was sufficient for the exam. Just I was asking for the questions only.
So questions also now, when as I get into the flow, I'll also be telling you that you need to practice so many things. As in from
Yes.
where, like your VGLD book, be it the ACCA Study Hub quiz questions, past exams are covered in the VGLD book. Then your practice exams are available on the platform. I will be showing you all of that. So these are some suggestions from my side, which you should definitely practice. More or less, everything will get covered over here, right? So
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
books wise, no other book will be needed. This will be available to you, Jitendra. You just need to connect with the team. It's not something you have to buy separately. Past exam questions, Ruchita, are included in the VGLD book. I guess that's much. Yeah. Now coming to the resources which you will be needing to study for the paper. As I said, trainings from VGLD. I'll be sharing across the notes, detailed with proper layout for you to study effectively. So that is there, trainings from VGLD. Second is the ACCA Study Hub. So those of you who haven't seen a study hub till now, please follow the steps which I'm going to show on the screen along with me. Type in ACCA Study Hub on your browser and you will see this link over here, ACCA Study Hub, accaglobal.com. And here, if you scroll down, you will see this option, alternate login. So click on alternate login. And click on sign into my ACCA. And go to the not yet started tab. Please perform the steps till here. If you're lagging behind, let me know. I'll wait for you. So if you open the study hub, you have to enter your login credentials. You will need your My ACCA ID and password to log into this platform. So only if you have registered yourself, you'll be able to log into this. You will need your My ACCA login ID and password to do so. Okay. In the not yet started section, if you scroll down, look for the PM paper. Here it is. For exams from September 25 to June 26 PM. So click on study. So once you have opened it on the not yet started tab, it will start showing on your dashboard. So you won't have to search so much. It will start showing on the dashboard tab itself. It will take some time to load. Okay. So what all are the contents of the ACC Study Hub? You have the chapters here from chapter 1 to chapter 18. We also follow the same sequence of chapters. This is published by ACCA. Then you have flashcards. Ma'am, what do you mean by flashcards? So here, these are some important terminologies which we're going to study in the paper. So it's a ready referencer. You can take out a print of this also. So it's a ready referencer of all the keywords that you're going to learn in this syllabus. So like all of this you will learn, life cycle costing, throughput contribution. So before the exam, you can use it as a quick revision paper for you to get a sense back of all these names and topics. Discretionary costs, beyond budgeting, everything is going to be covered. It's just that if you refer to this list, it will be a good revision paper. Then quizzes is something you have to really attempt after each of our chapters are complete. So there is chapter wise quiz over here, 18 chapters, 18 quiz, and each quiz has got 5 questions to them. So if you click on start quiz, you'll be able to see 5 such questions. You just have to select the correct answer. I'm randomly selecting for the time being. Okay. And that's it. So I was randomly selecting, see, I'm being shown here whether I selected right or wrong. Just it's just out of pure coincidence that 4 got correctly done. So 4, it is telling me that 80% of my answers are correct and the time it took. And if I want to see the answers also, I will be clicking on review all. I click on review all and then I can see the answer. So this is the question. The correct answer is C. It is in green currently because I selected it correctly. The explanation, the rationale for the correct answer is also given to you. So you can refer to these quizzes. Okay. And here I selected the incorrect answer. So it was the The correct answer is B, and why B is correct, that explanation justification is what you will get here. So like this, you can get the justification for all the 5 questions. So you can reattempt the quiz also. Okay, for each chapter. You can review it later as well. So you have the review all function, you can use it. Then practice section is there. So practice section basically has got chapter wise objective test questions and some case study based questions also. But these questions are all past paper questions, which are also included in our book. So this part you would not need to do from here. You can just refer to the VGLD book. That should be sufficient. Okay. Then the search is of no use. So you can just go for the practice part. Sorry, the quizzes part. And flashcards, you can just take out a print in the list format. That should be fine. So that is pretty much what you need to know from the study hub. Then another resource which you're going to do or which you're going to use, just bookmark this, okay? Like bookmark the link where you open the ACCA study hub so that you don't have to follow the long steps again and again. And similarly, you can use the ACCA practice platform. Okay. Type in the ACCA practice platform. Like the first link from acccaglobal.com. Scroll down and click on this. Login now. So it will also ask you for your my ACCA user ID password because I was having the ACCA study hub open on the same screen. They did not ask me about it, but otherwise, if they ask you for your login ID and password, just put in your my ACCA ID password. That will work. Okay. And once you open it, this is the screen that will come on for you. Okay. You have to click on browse available exams. I have opened certain papers, so it is showing for me here. Otherwise, nothing will show for you. So you just have to click on browse available exams. And then if you scroll down, the first paper which I can see over here is performance management. So click on this downward arrow and you will see so many papers over here. This is a specimen, okay? Specimen paper of how the paper looks like. And then practice exam 1, exam 2. Then all these past papers is something you should definitely appear for on the platform. Okay. So one thing you should be noting is that PM specimen and then practice exam 1, practice exam 2. And this PM pre-December 2025 mock exam. These 4 papers only will have full questions. Basically section A, B and C. Complete papers will be available only in these 4 papers, and rest all the past papers which you can see over here with their attempts mentioned, they will only contain section C questions. Section A and B are not published. Okay, so past exam papers you will just get here section C questions for practice. And this is a blank workspace. Basically, the response options which you get in your exam, it is available over here. So this is the PM blank workspace. And other than that, you can see 10 papers which you can practice. So along with your preparation with the VGLD book, the the ACC Study Hub quizzes, you can definitely practice these questions from here. So it will give you a good boost. You get a visibility of how the exam is going to look like. So this will be completely sufficient from practice point of view. Okay. Now, let's just open one of the papers over here so that I can walk you through what the paper is gonna look like. Just excuse me for a second. So you have the PM pre-December 2025 mock exam. Open this paper along with me. Click on the assign button. Who's this? Who is joining in using the name user? I can't see your name. Fez. Okay. So Fez, you can get these papers on the practice platform. So if you type in ACCA practice platform on your browser, you will be able to log into the practice platform using your My ACCA ID and password, and you will get to see all of these papers under the View Assignments button. Okay. Yes. So we will be assigning the PM pre-December 2025 mock exam. So do it along with me. Click on this. So you will see assigned over here. Now what you do, click on view assignments. Okay. Now it will load over here. See, earlier there were just 3 subjects showing. Now PM is also showing. So I will click on this downward arrow here and click on start. Are you ready to start? Yes. Click on this. No assignments found. Did you assign yourself the paper? Look at the steps again here. Click on browse available exams. Then performance management. Let's say I assign myself another paper. Let's assign practice exam 1. It will show assigned over here. This, did it come up on your screen? Dharma? It's not. Are you not able to see these tabs of the different exams? Is this screen coming up for you? Like all these tabs? It's not coming. How is that possible? Hmm. Try using another browser. Which browser are you using currently, Garima? Try using Google Chrome or any other browser. If you're using Google Chrome, use something else. Which browsers are you using? Because I am using Chrome and it's showing for me. You are both using Google Chrome only. Not sure. What you do is take a screenshot of this and I'll tell you one email ID. Please write an email to them that you're not able to see exams on see assignments on the practice platform. The ID is students@acccaglobal.com. Yes, you will have to use your login ID and password. If you are not able to see the papers like the way you are seeing on my screen, then please write an email with the screenshot to students@acccaglobal.com, because all the papers, irrespective of what paper you are appearing, should be appearing. Okay, even if I want to look at FR, SPL, anything, any paper, I can do that. So it should be available. If it is not, then there could be some issue with the platform. So please write into ACCA. They should be able to help you on this. But just make sure you're following the steps correctly. What I did was view assignments. once I had assigned a paper to me, that green pop-up appeared after I selected an exam. And then when I clicked on view assignments, this tab opens up here. Okay. So like I assigned the practice exam one later on. So this is also showing. Okay. Now I'll come back to this pre-December mock exam to help you understand what the exam is going to look like. So I'll click on next. These are all the instructions. These are all the instructions to appear for the paper. Just one second. Yeah. So these are all the instructions which I will share with you over the next few minutes. So no need to read from here. Again, if you want to read later, you can read it. But I'll just anyways tell everything to you. This is the exam summary, already covered it. Section A comprises of 15 questions, each worth 2 marks like that. Section B and Section C. Click on next. Are you ready to start the exam? Absolutely. Okay. Section A. Navika is able to see it now. Very good. Garima, you also try refreshing your screen. Click on this button. It may appear, it may be, since you're opening for the first time or something, maybe it is taking time. You can also see, very good. And all of you, please do try it along with me if you haven't done this before. Okay. Now, let's take a look at what type of questions can come. See, you are not aware about any of these topics. I'm not assuming you know anything. It's just that I want to tell you the type of questions which are asked. So those of you who are seeing any paper, like any ACCA paper for the first time, this is very, very critical for you so that you get an idea of what the real exam is going to look like. Okay. So you can see this is a simple MCQ based question. 4 options are given to you and you have to select one out of them. Okay, randomly I'm selecting one. Then click on next. Now look at this, another category of question, true, false. So you will have to select true, false, true, false. Ma'am, 4 options, 4 statements. Is there step marking over here? No. There is absolutely no step marking in section A and B. I will get 2 marks for this question only if I have selected all these 4 options correctly. Even if one is wrong, I'll get 0. So either it is 2 marks or 0 marks. There is no 0.5, 1, 1.5 or 2 marks like that. Either 0 or 2. So either you are getting it right or you're getting it wrong. Nothing in between for section A and B because these are computer marks. These are not human marks that they will feel like, okay, 3 out of 4 were correct only. Let's give the student a mark. That is not how it will work. So make sure all the answers that you select are correct. Okay. So that's one. Let's go to the next question. This is also a simple MCQ question. Select any one. Now look at this. Match the correct performance indicator to each of the value for money performance category. So you don't know what BFM and all is, but just understand. I have to drag. Okay, economy. So economy is, let's say, captured by effectiveness. Effectiveness is captured by crime rate. Then cost per person. I'm randomly selecting it here and putting it. So drag and drop. You saw, right? How I just dragged all these. If I just want to drag it back, I can do it. Okay. So like that. Okay. So that is how a question can come in section A. And please understand all these 15 questions are independent of each other, not correlated. So let's just select one another option over here. Next. Now, what is the profit maximizing selling price per unit for a period? To the nearest whole dollar. I will come to this for discussion on what nearest whole dollar is. But anyways, it is like a number without any decimal places. So you have to type the number here. Let's say I'm typing 456. Now, if I try to put in a decimal, now I'm pressing the decimal button on my keyboard, it will throw an error to me. What does it say? The input does not match the expected format. Because the input is what? Asking it to be to the nearest whole dollar, that is without decimal places. So it's not even allowing me to put a decimal number. So your answer has to be a whole number like this. Okay, I've randomly put in 456. Now let's go next. Again, appropriate, whatever. You have to select just like a true false question. Then again here also randomly select. This is also an MCQ based question. MCQ based question. True false category. Fill the number. MCQ. Selecting the correct box. Again, MCQ. There's one more category questions. They haven't put it in here in section A, but I'll just see if it comes in section B, or else I'll brief you about it. So section B also, like fill in the blank to the nearest whole percentage. Here also. Now one more thing which you will see here is that a scenario has come up. Okay, and you will see what is written. The following scenario relates to question number 16 to 20. And which question is this? How do I identify? Look here. Question number 16 out of 35. So there are total 35 questions. This is the 16th question. And this one scenario will be there in section, from question number 16 till question number 20. Let's put a number over here. Again, correct, incorrect. Now, the scenario is not changing. Please don't spend time in reading the scenario again and again. The scenario remains the same from question number 16 to 20. You can just focus on the question on the right-hand side. Yeah, this is the category I was looking for. Which two of the following initiatives are not likely to lead to an increase in the learning curve effect? Here you have to select two options, okay? If you select one option, or if the option that you have selected, any one of them is also incorrect, you will get 0. So you have to select two. If you select one, you will get 0. If you select two, any one is incorrect, you will get 0. So both the options you have to select, and both of them have to be correct. You can select multiple also, but then you will get 0. So make sure you just select as many options as the question is telling you and be done with it. Now, another thing which you will notice here is that it's a square checkbox just for you to identify a multiple selection question, is that you will get square checkboxes. In all the questions where you had to select earlier, you were given with, look at this, round checkboxes. So round checkboxes come with a single option selection question. If there are multiple option selection questions like this, you will see square checkboxes. Okay, let's click next. See here only. One option you have to select, it's a round checkbox. Now see, the scenario has changed. Because now this relates to question number 21 to 25, and this is question number 21. So this is the scenario, leisure company. And you'll see similar questions here. Okay. Now the third scenario, fit company. Okay. This is the third scenario, fit company. You can similarly see all these questions here. And now comes in section C. So this is the scenario of section C. So there are 4 requirements based on this question, based on this scenario. It's a long one. You will have to spend some time in reading the scenario properly. Okay. So this scenario is given and 2 practical based questions. And you can see that they have given you an Excel file, Excel spreadsheet working file over here to give the answer. This Excel file is to be used for only A and B here. Don't use it for any other question. You will not be given marks basis this. You'll be given marks basis this only for these 2 requirements given over here. The scenario is given on the left-hand side. And if I move ahead, see, part C, third requirement. This is of 6 marks. And lastly, explain the advantages, disadvantages of using residual income to measure divisional performance. This is of 4 marks, and total, you saw 4 requirements and total adds up to 20. And if I click next, see the scenario has changed. I told you 2 scenarios will be there. The scenario has changed. This is IKE company. It relates to 3 requirements. Again, here you can see A part 1 and 2. Both of them require calculations. So they have given you the spreadsheet. So wherever there are practical calculations, they will give you the spreadsheet. So you don't have to worry about, oh, what if it's a theory question and they give me a spreadsheet? It won't happen. They will do this on your behalf. They will give you the response option appropriately. And similarly, here, question number B, part 1, 2, and 3. Okay, and that adds up to 20 marks. So small questions. I told you it's not predefined how many questions will be there in section C. And you can see first question had 4 parts. Here it has got 2 parts with multiple sub-requirements, and each of them carry different marks. 2 marks also, 4, 3 marks also, 4 marks also. So it's not predefined. Okay, so this is all about the category of questions you will get. Now, I hope till here you're clear. Anyone having any doubt so far? Anything that you want to ask? So the weightage is not given. Tijo, the ACCA has not specified the weightage for any chapter. They have just given the weightage for the sections that will appear in the exam. No weightage chapters. It's not specified. If anyone is telling you that there is this weightage, it's just their assumption. ACCA does not specify it. How can I access in Hub? Just type in ACCA Study Hub and you will get a link on the accaglobal.com. Scroll down, click on alternate login, and you will be able to log into the ACCA Study Hub. Okay, Garima. So type in ACCA Study Hub. You will take a look at the. I'll just repeat steps here. ACCA Study Hub. Click on this link. And if you scroll down, you will see this button, alternate login. Click on this. Yes, Jitendra and everyone else, recordings will be available to you. However, the team takes 2 to 3 working days to upload the lectures. So try to attend the live lectures as much as you can. Otherwise, you will get, so for example, if you miss a Saturday lecture, you will get the Saturday lecture by Tuesday, Wednesday. So the Sunday lecture might not make sense to you. So make sure you attend the lectures. The team takes about 2 to 3 days to edit the videos and upload it. So you'll get the lectures for sure, but it will be with some time lag. Okay. Rohan, there is no WhatsApp group I am a part of. I'm just part of the channel that you all would be added once you register yourselves. You will be added to a WhatsApp channel which goes by the name of ACCA VGLD. It's a public channel where you would have been added. So I'm part of that. But if you want to create any WhatsApp group among yourselves, that would be an unofficial one. I won't be a part of it. So I have a lot of past batches, students creating videos, groups among themselves. So you can also do that. You all are there in the live batch. So if you want to create any group amongst yourself, you can do it right away also. Just put in the link of the channel of the group that you want to create so that other students can also join. But that would not be like official VGLD group. That would be for all of you. But because you are there in the live class, you can make use of this. Okay, you can create a study group amongst yourselves. Coming back to where I was. Yeah. All right. So now I'm going to walk you through all these keys and functions which you can see on your screen. So please pay attention. Starting on the left hand side, you can see a scratch pad. So this is like a digital rough pad. Okay, so whatever you type in over here, it stays here. It doesn't get submitted to the examiner. Okay, so scratch pad workings are not submitted. Whatever you want to scribble, you can do it. You want to note down something, some thought is coming to your mind about a possible answer. You can just note it down here, or else you can also make use of the rough sheets which will be provided to you in the center. So that's the scratch pad. Then you have the symbol button over here. Symbol button, if you want to insert symbols, you can do that. But mostly what I've seen is the symbol button actually doesn't work. Okay. So that is this problem. I don't know. I'm not very sure if it is just with the ACCA practice platform or in the real exam also, but this button actually doesn't work. Then you have the highlight button. If you want to highlight something, you can do that in different shades. Not very useful. Then you also have a strike through button. So if you want to strike through something so that you don't spend time in reading it again, you can strike it also. But again, not a very useful button. You have the calculator. As I told you, carry your physical calculators. It's very, this digital calculator is very cluttered. So you should rather carry your own calculators. That will be better. Okay. You have two options to carry. You can carry scientific or you can carry the standard calculator, whatever you are comfortable with, you can do it. The only condition being that it should not have the feature to store text. Okay. So calculators are very much allowed. Right. So these are the keys available over here. Then close all key, not relevant. That's for closing all the open tabs. No need. Then flag for review. Ma'am, what do you mean by flag for review? Let's say this question you were trying to solve, or you solved also, but you are not very confident of it. Now, in the pursuit to manage your time effectively, you don't want to just get stuck in this particular question. So, what you do, you flag this question for review and you move on to the next question. You appear for that question. If you are able to take out some time for it later on, you can come back to this flagged question and review it. Okay, so that's the purpose of the flag for review. If you have written something and you mark this question as flag for review, it's not like the answer will not submit. Whatever you have written will get submitted, may or may not be right as per what the correct answer is. But yes, it will get submitted even if you have marked it for review. Okay. So that's the purpose of the flag for review button over here. Then on the downward side here, you will see a help or formula sheet. If you click on this, you will see all the exam instructions over here. If you want to read it, you should definitely read it in your free time. But anyways, we are going to be covering everything. So you can read. See, like I was telling you, you will also be provided with paper for notes working for your live exam, should you prefer to use it. This is not submitted for marking. So whatever I'm telling you, it's available here also. You can consider reading it in your free time. Now it's just the starting. You will not have a lot of homework to do. You can definitely read these things. Then formula sheets. So the formula which will be available to you in the exam is here on the left hand side. This is a standard formula sheet for the PM paper. Only these many formula are available to you in the exam. It's not like you're going to be needing only these many videos. In these many formula. You're going to be needing a lot of other formula which you will learn with me during the classes. But these formula are available to you in the exam. Okay. So you can refer to it. And exam instructions not very useful. So yes, formula sheet you can open on any page. Any page you will see this button. So it will open up the same formula sheet. Okay. So Rohan has created a WhatsApp group. So anyone who is interested in joining a study group, you can join that. Okay. Yeah, so these are the buttons over here. Now, on this one, you can see previous and next button. This is self-explanatory. To go to the previous question, you can click on previous. To go to the next question, you can click on next. There is this navigator button in between. So navigator button, it lets you jump to any question. And you can see if you mark any question for review, it shows separately so that it clicks on your mind that, okay, you need to revisit this question. So all the questions, see, you can see over your status also complete, incomplete, that will be available to you. So if I click on any question from here, I can directly jump on that question. So I clicked on 25, it landed me on 25. Okay, like that. So navigator button is useful in that sense. You can just quickly jump to any question that you're wanting. So if I click on the last question, which is question number 35, and I click on next, it will show me a summary also. So this is an item review screen. And let's say I have left these questions incomplete, so it is showing me in bold also. Again, I can go back to any question which I want. Now, another thing which I want to discuss here with you, that these are all the buttons available on the exam screen. Now, I'll go to the specific response options that you get. You get two response options in your exam. One is this spreadsheet response option, and the other is the word processor response option. Okay, so two response options. Now let me cover these response options buttons for you. So here you have calculate the ROI for each division and state whether or not each manager reached their target. So one thing you should be aware of is that the paper allows you to copy paste. So like, let's say for example, I want to copy this. Calculation of ROI for each division. I press Control C on my keyboard and I press Control V. See? So if I want to use it as a heading now, I can just convert it like this. Calculation of the return on investment for each division. And I pressed Control B, it made it bold also. Okay. If I press Control U, it will underline. If I press Control I, it will make it italics. So these basic keyboard shortcuts work over here. Okay, you can copy paste from the question also. If there's some content that you feel will be necessary in drafting your answer, you can copy paste to save time. Please do not copy and paste the question all together and put it in your answer. That's not going to earn you marks. But some part, some sentence that you want to put across, you have that option available to you. So calculation of the ROI for each division like this. And then let's say you do the calculation, you write down the profit, you write down the investment for division A, then division B. Okay. You have the feature to adjust the length of the columns and the rows. So let's say I want to auto adjust this. I will just double click here. You can see the double arrows, right? Once that appears, click on double click together and you can auto adjust. Again, I want to auto adjust the length of column D also. I will just double click here when the two arrows appear between column D and E. If I double click on it, it will auto adjust the length to suit the contents. Okay, if I do Control B, if I just select it, like this, and control B. Sometimes if it doesn't work, you have the function over here also. So it's available. You can do it here. Division A and then division B. Again, I want to adjust. So make it bold, right? So this also, if I want to adjust manually, I can drag across and adjust. Okay. I cannot, everyone listen to me carefully. I cannot add or remove columns. Okay. I cannot add and remove columns or rows. If I have to move something, I will have to just move it by copy paste or cut paste. But otherwise, you don't get to delete or add rows or columns. That's not allowed in the spreadsheet file over here. Okay. And then I can note down the numbers. Let's say profit. I'm noting down random numbers for the time being. This is 30,000 on an investment of 100,000. This also 125,000. So ROI, let's say, is this. So if I have to get it in percentage format, I will click on this percentage button. See, percentage. If I want the percentage up to 1 decimal place, I will click on this. If I want it up to 2 decimal place, this. If no decimal place, the first one. So Control C and Control V. Somehow just pasting what I copied from here should work. Try it on your screen. It's somehow showing a bug for me. So there could be these random bugs. Be ready for it. That's why I want you all to open the platform and do the R&D on your own. It normally works. Sometimes it doesn't work. I can't help it. So, your basic Excel functions will work like this. Okay, if I want to convert it into percentage, just do it like this, 12 and 24%. Now, let's take a look at all the other functions which are available to you on the spreadsheet bar. Edit button, basically your, undo, redo, cut, copy, paste special, that is pasting without formula, copy cell format, find and replace is there, select all. So all these are available to you in the edit button. Then format button. So for example, if I want to format this particular data, I click on format cells. I can convert the, format of the content, basically your number format, currency, date, time, like that. If you want 5 decimal place, you can get 5 decimal place also. You just need to enter it here. As a number currently, by default, it doesn't show any decimal place, so it is coming as 0. If I want to show it up to 2 decimal place, I will click here and click on apply. Okay. It's not working. Let me try on another spreadsheet. Some error is there here. Not working. Wait, let me try on the other one. Try on your platforms also. Maybe it works for you. Now it is working. See? So it's a little random, but your real exam won't throw such errors. Don't worry about that. But this platform, this practice platform does throw errors. So you can, in this way, add decimal places to it. You can press Control B to make something bold, or you can press the buttons also here, or to adjust by double clicking. Again, coming back to the format cells button here. This is if you want to format something as a date, that also you can do. Otherwise, if you type in a particular date in this format also, now, like let's say 5 June 2025, it automatically formats it as a date only. Okay. like 15th August 25. So you have to remember that it recognizes the MMDDYY format. This is not recognizing as a date. If I write this same thing as this C, it converts it into a date. Okay. So be careful. The standard date format which the platform follows is MMDDYY, not DDMMYY. Okay. So you get to do these formattings here. Then alignment, you can change. This is a sample text. You can change the alignment like left, center, right. All of these functions are available to you. You can do it over here also. Okay. So that is available. Then you can wrap text also. Now, what do you mean by wrap text? Let me show you. So if I click on alignment and wrap text, I enable. Okay. So this wraps the text in this particular cell only. And now if I double click on the row height, it adjusts it. So this is a wrapped text. Okay, this is a wrapped text. If I don't want to wrap it, I can just unselect it like this. So by default, it doesn't wrap. This is a sample text. See, it doesn't wrap. If you go and click on wrap button under the alignment tab, then only it will work. You don't have the option to merge cells also. Okay, you don't get that option. It's just wrapping text which is available. Then you have the option of creating borders. So let's say I want to create a border on this data. I can do that. See, I can create borders, but not very useful, honestly, because anyways, it's a grid line based spreadsheet. So you can see the grid lines. No need to create tables. So, but yes, it is available. So I told you about them. So this is the edit and the format cell. So again, bold, italic, underline, row height, column height. If you want to manually adjust, you can do it. Okay. Now, this is the reset button. If you click on it, your entire spreadsheet will become blank and without any formatting. So it's like a reset of the answer response option. Then cut, copy, paste. So cut function, copy, paste. This is available. Format painter, basically to format any particular cells. Copy the format and paste it to some other cell. You can do it. Undo button, redo button. Your control Z and control Y respectively also work. Then you can change the this basically the size of the content, but not needed. Just let it be in the default setting only. Bold, italics, underline, and this is a color font option. Let's say I want to put my font in blue color. I can do that using this. I want to fill it with a yellow background. I can do that. So if I want to highlight any particular point or any particular final answer, then I can make use of this color, fill color and font color option. Okay. So this is something that you can use. Then alignment, I told you. So left, center, right alignment, all of this is available to you. Decimal place I've already shown. You can customize the number of decimal places you want. Let's say I want to put it with 2 decimal. I can use this. I don't want any decimal. I can put it like this. So multiple options available over here in the decimal function. You can customize also, like I was telling you, if you want up to, let's say, 3 decimal place. Click on apply. Okay, see, it creates 3 decimal places. So that is available. Then format as a currency, not very useful. If you want, you can convert it as a dollar one, but not very useful. You can ignore it. Then if you want to convert a number, let's say this is coming as 12, basically, or 0.12. You want to put it as a percentage, that is 12%. You can just click on this button and you'll get a percentage. Then format as a fraction, not very useful. You can completely choose to ignore this button. And format as a date time. So if you want to format this as a, let's say, date time in DDMMYY format. So this becomes 25th August 15th. So it is not reading it properly. Okay. This one it is reading properly. So you always have to write in MMDDYY format for it to understand the date correctly. Are you clear with all these buttons? Take your time. Just have a complete look at the screen and wait for you. And let me know if it is okay. Any doubt, please ask. Go through it. Any doubt that comes to your mind, please feel free to ask. Okay. Yes, it will work on formula based cell also. So let's say I write 12, 24 and I add them over here, 36. Then I write 2 and 5 here. I do control C and control V. See, it copied the formula and updated it, just like it does in Excel. Okay, Varsha, did you understand? So yes, it will work on the formula-based cells also, the normal way it does in Excel. Then there will not a table form related question, right? If there is, so how will we do that? What do you mean by table form related question? Like you want to create a table? If you want to create a table, you can do so. If you go to the Format tab, Cells and Border. See, you can create tables like this. You can create, but still, even if it was, a table form question, I can ignore to make this table. You can make the table like this, like I showed you, but you can ignore it also because the grid lines will be there to help the examiner see the distinguished contents of the table. But yes, you have the feature to make such tables. Okay. Now let's do a walkthrough of all the elements of the spreadsheet. Sorry, the word processor. Let me just go back. Oh, I think I missed a question. So apart from the VGLD book, we are also required to take quizzes from the ACCA Study Hub after reviewing the study material. You are required to take this quizzes once a chapter is complete in the class. Okay. You can attempt the previous exam papers. Yes. Is there anything else we need to cover from above? No. So the VGLD book is divided in two parts. First half is your content and the second half is all questions. So you need to appear for those questions. We will be doing a lot of question practice in the class also through activity and example questions. So that will be sufficient to help you cover with the practice part of this subject. Jitendra. Okay, perfect. Now let's take a look at the word processor functions that you have over here. So let's write down something. This is next. Or, uh, So same like we saw there, reset button is there, cut, copy, paste is there. You can copy from the question also. Then you have the undo redo button. If I press Control Z also, it does the undo. If I press Control Y, it does the redo. If you want to make something bold, you can press Control B. If you want to make it underline, you can press Control U. If you want to make something italics, you can press Control I. Then a strike through button is there, but I don't think that's very useful. So you can just click on strike through and it will strike the text. You have the superscript subscript function. So for example, you want to write 45 raised to the power of 2. Okay. What you can do is 45 select and raise it to the power of 2, but not needed. See, this function they should have given in the Excel version, that is the spreadsheet part, but they do not give it there. In the Word file, you won't need to use the superscript and subscript a lot, even if it comes to it. Like, ma'am, what if I require to use it in the spreadsheet? What you can do is type 45 and press Shift 6. It will click this up, it will create this upward arrow button. It is deemed to be read as raised to the power of. So if I have to write 45 raised to the power of 2 in the spreadsheet part, this is how I will write it. You get this by pressing Shift 6. Okay. Now coming back to the word processor. So yeah, superscript, subscript is available to you. Then clear formatting, not very useful. Again, paragraph formatting, nothing to change over here. You can insert tables. Now this is very useful. So because see, I always ask my students to write the answers with proper subheadings. Okay. So for example, if I want to create a table here, look at this. I create table with 2 columns and 5 rows. This is how I can create it. Let's say I'm writing down advantages of total quality management. Okay, I will make it bold, the heading. Now, advantage number 1 covers the whole organization. This is my heading. The TQM, now, whatever elaboration I want to write, I'm just writing random statements for the timing. TQM is good and relevant for the entire organization and not just the production departments. Some concept you will learn later, but anyways. So this way I can create this first column for headings. I can make it bold. I can write down the explanation over here. It automatically does the wrap text, so you don't have to do any of those formatting. But a really, really good way to write answer, I'll tell you. If you write in this such type of a tabular format, it is so easy for the examiner to read. He can clearly identify that, okay, the question was for 5 marks, you have written 5 unique marks, unique points over here. And that will really give you an edge. And it doesn't take any time also. Just click on table and, insert for as many rows and columns as you want. You can press, see, I'm in this particular cell. On my keyboard, I am pressing tab button and I'll move to the next cell. Look at this, tab, and I move to the next button and next cell. Again, if I press tab, it moves me to the next cell. So like this, use these keyboard shortcuts. I'm telling you as much as possible, but spend some time on the platform, type some answers to see how it is panning out in the platform. You will get a sense of how it will work in exam also. Like similarly, now if I press Shift Tab together, it will move me back in the cell. See, I'm pressing Shift Tab, it went back. Shift Tab again went back. Shift Tab again went back. Okay. Here, you get these table options once you are in the table format. You can insert rows, delete rows, Similarly, insert and delete columns also. So you can do it. So for example, if I want to insert a row below this, okay, it gets added. I want to delete this row, I can delete it. So an addition, deletion can be done very, very easily using these table options. Okay. So you have the feature to add tables in the word processor part. Then you can do the indenting, like let's say left alignment, justify, center alignment, right alignment, justified alignment. You can do that. You can create a bulleted list also. Okay, like let's say I want to create this as a bulleted list, point one and two. I selected, look at this. I selected the bulleted points and it created those points. If I press enter also, it will keep on creating the bullets. Okay. If I want to create it as a numbered list, that is also possible. See, numbered list also gets created. If I press enter, point number 5 will get added automatically. Now let's say I want to add an indented point here. Ma'am, what do you mean by indented? Let's say I want to push it to the right hand side. Okay. Or if this was like a bulleted list, it will be better. So let's see, it's creating a sub point. Sub point A. Sub points. And that's not specific just to a table. You can do it outside the table also. Like for example here. Okay, so you can create indenting like this. Okay, so you can create indenting multiple times. You can remove also by clicking on the left indenting button. That's the purpose of the indent button, which you can see. These are all the buttons on the word processor. Please take a look at it. Look at all the buttons. Anything that you're not understanding, please ask. Go through it. Any doubt, let me know. Anything you want me to explain again, please let me know. These will be the buttons available to you in the response option. Yes, Varsha?
Ma'am, for this table, I have a doubt. Like I have practiced for FM paper also, FR also. When we create this table, we are unable to move down, matlab, come outside of the table.
You can. So for example, I've created this table. Now I want to move out of the table. I'll just click here where I want to add. Right?
No,
That's it.
ma'am. This time also we tried. Then we take out a solution that we tap enter two times, and then in the mid we used to insert the table so that the initial and the last content is enabled for writing paragraph.
It's possible. See, I'll not say that it's something that can happen. Let me see here. For example, if this is a new tab, new response option, I'm creating a table right away. Okay, I created this. Then, yeah. If I click
I was
here,
giving the mock paper, I have to leave in between only.
hold. See, it is working. I was also trying as you were telling me. So I created a table. I did not have any other active cell. Okay. So what I did, I just went here and clicked here outside the table. Right on the right side of this table, if I click, it will show me a very long cursor. If I press enter, see, it is showing me a
Okay.
small cursor here.
Okay, ma'am. Then we stuck here only. We have
Okay.
to quit the exam only due to this.
Okay, understood. But don't worry, see, all of you, it's a good time to start off your, all this experimentation with the platform. The question was good. I was also a little taken aback whether it will work like that or not. But yes, you can experience such problems. So you will get to know that only if you practice on the platform. So once in a while, just randomly when you are doing some question practice, open the platform and do the question practice here so that you get well accustomed of this platform.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. Right. So that was about the mock paper. I mean, this pre-December mock exam, how you have to write the answers. Now, if I have to just wrap up the paper, I will come to the final screen over here, the item review screen, and then click on end exam. I click on end exam. Are you sure you want to end? Yes. Again, are you sure you want to end? Yes. The exam is over. You will not be able to submit any further response once you have clicked on this button. So once it is done, paper will end. You can leave the exam center. But when you're practicing the papers on the platform, you get the option to see the answers also. Okay. So if you just go back to the same screen where you had started off, look at this now. This resume or start button changed to mark exam button. Okay, it changed to mark exam button. If I click here, are you sure you want to mark this exam? Yes. And now you will see, I got just two correct. I was randomly selecting some options. So one of the option must have gotten correctly done. Here, see, I selected point D, but the correct answer is, sorry, I selected point B, but the correct answer is B. And why is B the correct option? It is given over here, the rationale. And that's available to you for all the questions which we saw, all the questions. So I randomly opened this question number 9's solution. It takes some time to load, so have that patience. Here, see, for example, I selected D, but B was the correct answer. And why B is the correct answer, that is also explained. So you will be able to see the answer to the questions also, but that's only for the question papers available on the platform, not for your real exam, of course. And similarly, for section B also, you will be able to see the answers the same way. See, there are, exhibits over here. And there were two questions. I mean, two options that you had to select. This is the correct answer and the rationale behind it. Okay. So this way you can see the answer now for section C answers. See, I inserted this table. So this is the answer which I gave. Now, if I have to see the model answer, I click on this left button. See here, I'll just do it again. On this button on the left hand side, click on this and click on sample answer. It's already coming here. So model answer for question number 32. Okay, this is the answer. You can read through it. You can also copy the image of it. Okay, if you click copy image here, and you can do that for all the section C questions. Okay, I copied the image. Now, if I go to any Excel file or Word file, okay, let me just open one for you. Okay, I copied it now. I'm pressing Control V here. See, it pasted it. And you can do that on your Word file also. Okay, you get to copy paste the question, the answers, the model answer. Coming back here again. And you will see a marking guide. So 1 mark per point. So a lot of times students ask me, ma'am, how much should I write? You should be writing 1 unique point per mark. So the answer should be like if it's a 6 mark question, you should be writing 6 points in 6 small paragraphs. Now, when I say paragraph, don't be afraid. It's not like a long paragraph that you have to write. Each paragraph about 1 to 2 sentences long, and that's it. Okay. Like here, if you see, they wrote the answer in 4 paragraphs. So they made the paragraphs slightly longer. Okay. So that's how you will have to evaluate how many unique points you can write. And if you have less points to talk about, elaborate those points properly. Okay. So that should be the approach. This is the model answer, and you can see that answer for all the questions. Let's say if I move to question number 31 also, in the same way. So this was a spreadsheet based answer. Look at this. They will give you all these answers and then model answer 31. I think this is not in a proper format. This is the proper format in which they've given you the answer. Okay. So you can again copy paste this and you will get the answers. So this way you get to see the entire, all the answers to the paper that you attempt on the platform. Okay. So in this way, if you practice, you can see the answers also, compare your answers with the model answers. Okay. So I know it's a little complicated for those of you who are seeing this platform for the first time. It might be a little complicated for you. I have recorded these steps in a video and uploaded it on my channel. It goes by the name of Anushka Jain, CA and ACCA. So if you want to relook at the steps of how to view the question paper and again how to see the answers, you will get the steps on my channel also, or else you can watch this video lecture again at your convenience as per what you feel is fine. But yes, this is a very, very important platform. Before the exam, this will be very useful for you to get a feel of how the real exam is going to look like. Okay, so that's about this exam. I think that's pretty much what I want to cover from here, from the practice platform. Okay, practice as many papers as you can, but again, that is something you'll be able to do once the syllabus is over. Okay, so just to give you a proper timeline as to what you should be expecting. So total about 100 hours of classes would be there, and we should be expecting to close the syllabus. So it's a March attempt batch. So my best attempt would be to close the batch by 14th or 15th of February. Okay, if things go as per plan, right? So mostly we should be able to wrap up the syllabus by 14th, 15th February, if not in the next week. So think go with that point of view that there will be classes in February. So what you have to do, ma'am, I will revise everything after the syllabus is over. No, that will be a grave mistake. Please practice all the questions which I've been telling you about, like from the backside of the VGLD book, or be it the study hub quizzes, or these practice papers. Practice paper, of course, you'll do it after the syllabus is over. But whatever questions that you have to practice chapter wise, please, please, please do it along with the classes, so that any doubts that you get, you can get them resolved within the classes itself. You don't have to wait for doubt classes later once the syllabus is over. So first round of revision should be complete right away along with the classes. Ma'am, how many revisions should we be doing? See, your first round of practice will be with the classes. Now, during this first round, you will be marking those questions where you got stuck or where you got incorrect answers. Maybe you understood it once you looked at the answer, but you were not able to crack the question, or the question has got some tweaked adjustment. So mark those questions, okay, for your second round of revision, which you will do very immediately after the syllabus is over in the class. Okay, so during this second round, or if possible, do it along with the classes. Once you have completed, let's say 5-6 chapters, you can do a quick round of revision, second round of revision of the first few chapters, like first 3 chapters. So in this way, it will become like a rolling revision. So as much time as you can devote it, but please be in touch with the topics. If you get out of touch, whatever you are listening from me here, it will all start rolling out of your minds. That should not happen. Don't let your efforts go into vain. Keep in touch with the topics. So yes, first round of practice with the classes, second round with or after the classes of the questions that you have shortlisted in the first round. Okay, those difficult ones. And then third round will be immediately after, before the exam, of the questions which you have shortlisted from the second round of revision, and those will be very limited questions which you can do just prior to the exam. Like questions like those which you, if you don't practice before the exam, you'll not be able to crack it in the exam if it comes. So those questions you should be shortlisting in the second round, right? So that should be the approach that you should be following. Okay, I see Yugal wants to say something. Yes, Yugal, please tell me.
Ma'am, considering I'm working in a corporate, so apart from attending this class on a weekend, how many hours do we need to study? Is it a 1 or 2 hours?
Understood. See, while you're working, I understand what you should be trying to do. Take out some time. See, weekends, anyways, it's a very long class, 5 hours, Saturday, Sunday. If you can take out some more time during the weekends, take it out, sit for 2.5 hours before the class. Anyways, it's an evening class, so try to sit before the class for some time. And on a daily basis, like your Monday to Friday, whenever you are comfortable, maybe after dinner, before you sleep, just take out some time on a regular basis in the initial few weeks. Like you may not be needing as much time, but as the course starts to progress for further into the classes, you will get a lot of topics to solve and revise. During those times, you will need to increase that time. Initially, maybe 1 hour will also be sufficient. Maybe 3-4 weeks down the line, you will start needing 1.5-2 hours. So gradually increase the time. Initially, keep it a little slow. And as you feel that the topics are now becoming a little more technical, needs frequent practice, try devoting more time. But be regular. Okay. I know it's not very easy to say that you have to, practice every day. But see, it's a matter of a few weeks and few months only. Just give it your best shot. Be regular. That's all I would say. And sometimes it's okay to take breaks. You're not robots. So it's okay to take some breaks in between, but try to be as consistent as you can. But yes, people do appear for the ACC exams along with their work. Even I have done that. So it's not impossible to do. It's just that keep a positive mindset, have that faith that, okay, I can manage it. And please do be consistent to be able to manage it. Okay. So initially, if you ask me the time allocation, it could be 1 hour per day for the initial few weeks and then gradually increase it to 1.5-2 hours. And as the exam comes, of course, you will need to dedicate more hours to it. Okay, so that would be your pre-December mock exam. And yeah, as I was telling you about the revision schedule, so 3 rounds of revision is what you have to target. And before the exam now, please give a mock paper. So like you can see December mock over here, before your exam, they will release the March 2026 mock. Okay, so about 3 weeks before the exam, they release the paper. So once your syllabus is over, please do appear for this mock paper in exam-like situation. Like literally, just sit alone in a room for 3 hours, practice all the questions, and give marks to yourself. Do not give the real exam until and unless you have done 3 practice papers in this manner. So one will be your March 2026 mock exam. Other 2 will be your practice exams, which are available. So please make sure you practice them without fail. 3 papers is like a must do. Okay. So that will be about your, study plan. Notes, which I'm going to be sharing, very, very useful. Keep them as your Bible for the PM paper. After each chapter is complete, I will share across the notes with you, revise them. Anywhere you get stuck, please note down that topic or any question also which you're practicing. If you're getting stuck, just note down those questions. Whenever we meet next, just let me know about those doubts. I will either take it up in the same class, or I will schedule doubt classes to take them up. But be very, very close with the content. Okay. So that's about your papers here. Let's come back to the orientation notes. So these are the 3 top resources which you will need to pass the exam: the trainings from VGLD, Study Hub, and the CBE practice platform. Now, what are the skills that you need to pass the exam? So as I was telling you, practice on Excel or Word only, so that your typing skill improves. You are able to get accustomed with the shortcuts or any type of problems also like you were facing. I showed you what you can do in such type of scenario. So become accustomed with it. Practice questions on the practice platform every once in a while. You have got blank workspace, just practice it, delete it, you can do that. Okay, so practice questions on digital version. That's what I mean to say. Then 1 idea per mark. It's all about quality over quantity. You should always be focused on improving the quality of your answers. It's not like a typical college exam where you can write lengthy answers just to get marks. You won't get marks for the length that you write. It's all about the quality that comes out. Make sure you follow this 1 idea per mark rule, which I was talking about some time back. So if it's a 6-mark question, try to bring in 6 unique points in your answer. If it's not possible to do so, if you're able to just bring in 4 points, that's also fine. But then give a proper synopsis of those points in your answer. Okay. Then use headings and paragraphs. I've shown you how you can do that. Label and cross-reference workings. This is like a must do. I'm telling you very frankly, develop this habit from this time onwards only. Label your workings. If you're doing some calculation, the main answer is there, and then you have some supporting notes. Give reference of those notes in your main answer also, and give those headings to the notes. So in that way, you're able to label and cross-reference workings. You're going to become a champ at it as we practice the questions in the classes. Like I'm really, really pro to this. I can't have untidy workings. Make sure you also develop those habits as you practice. Then next is rule of elimination in objective test questions. Very frankly, I'll tell you, there would be some questions in exam where you will not be able to come to a conclusion that this should be the correct answer. Okay, that you're not able to pinpoint the correct option in the objective test questions. So in that case, what you should do is follow the rule of elimination. Ma'am, what's that? So let's say you have 4 options. And out of those 4 options, you are very, very clear that the first option, option A, is not correct. Eliminated. Now, rework on the remaining 3 options. Maybe you will start feeling that, okay, option C is also not correct. So you are left with what? Option B and option D. You have to make a choice between option B and option D. Do it. Now, the probability of you getting the correct answer is what? 1 out of 2, that is 50%. Instead of selecting any random answer out of the 4 options, which is 1 out of 4, 25%, you have doubled the chances of getting the answer correct by following the rule of elimination. Very, very important that you do so in exam. Do not panic if you're not able to crack a question. Try to eliminate the incorrect options until you arrive at the correct answer. Okay? And then use formula, which you will learn about, like the sum function, average, NPV, IRR, different functions you're going to learn. That is something you can use in exam. So whatever I will be telling you during the classes, like this is the formula, this will work or not, I will only teach you what will work. Okay, in your practice platform. Still, if you ever want to verify that whether this will work in exam or not, just open up the practice platform. Okay, and test it out if it works or not. Okay, so that's about using formula, and make sure you use them as much as possible to save time. Ma'am, can I do the calculations on a calculator and put it in the Excel file? The answer is no. You have to show the flow of answers to the examiner. He shouldn't fail randomly some number has come up out of nowhere. The flow of the answer should be visible to the examiner that, okay, he did this calculation, link and solve. Basically, all the time, link and solve. And I'm sure those of you who have attended my lectures earlier, you will know what I'm talking about. Everywhere, try to link and solve. Do not put random numbers anywhere on the screen. In section A and B, doesn't matter what you do. Whether you do it on a Excel or whether you do it on your calculator, doesn't matter. Just need to put the final answer. That's what the examiner sees. But in case of section C questions, you have to show him the workings, the flow of answers. Then only you will get the marks. Okay. Now, sometimes it is very much possible that doing some calculation on Excel is easier to do that on the calculator. Okay. So in that case, what you should be doing, open any section C question. You can see how you can navigate to the questions I've shown you. So navigate to any question of section C where you get the Excel file. Do the workings over there, note down the numbers, whatever you want on your rough sheet, and come back to section A or B question wherever you got that feeling that, okay, Excel will be easier. Do the calculations in Excel, remove it. You can delete anything. So if you select the content, you press delete, content gets deleted, or you can press the reset function also. So if you feel that it is better to solve on Excel for a section A or B question also, use the Excel which will be available to you in section C question and input the answer in section A or B, because anyways, the examiner will not see, because it's all computer marked. So it will not see how you arrived at the answer. Okay, so that is something you can do. Am I clear till here? Anything that is coming to mind? I'll wait for a minute or two. Gather your thoughts. Anything that you want to ask from your prior experience, or because you're seeing everything for the first time, anything that is coming to your mind. Take your time. I'll wait for 2 minutes. Let me know. Yeah, sure. So when I say label and cross-reference your workings, for example, you have made a cost sheet, giving you an example, and cost sheet shows the cost of materials, labor, and overhead. You have done a detailed working for the materials cost in a note below. So write it down as note 1, materials, and do your working. And whatever final answer that you get, which you want to use in your main cost sheet, just write it materials, open bracket, note 1, and then link the working from the note below. That's what I mean when I say label and cross-reference. You will see it practically in the questions that we solve for the necessary topics. No problem, Bhavna. You'll be able to understand the topic now also, once we wrap up this. Okay, and you can watch the lecture later. Anywhere, if you get doubts, just note it down. When we meet next, you can ask me. Same time, 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. Okay, let's move ahead if there are no doubts here. Now, next, we'll talk about time allocation. See, you have limited time in your exam. The exam is of what? 3 hours? Can I say 3 hours is what? 180 minutes? And how many marks you've got? 100 marks. So 180 minutes over 100 marks is what? 1.8 minute per mark. So generally speaking, it is said that you should be giving 1.8 minute per mark. So if it's a 2 mark question, you should be giving 3.6 minutes. But it will be very difficult to track questions on a per question basis. Like, okay, track time on a per question basis. That is 3.6 minutes per question. That will not be possible in exam. So what you should be targeting is like section A, it has got 15 questions. So total 15 into 3.6 is what? 54 minutes. So section A in totality should take 54 minutes. See, I'll tell you very frankly, there will be some section A questions which will be very short. It will get solved quickly. And there will be some section A questions which will be long. So you need to balance it off in the time that you have allocated for section A, and that is 54 minutes. If you are able to wrap it up quickly, it's good. You can move to the next section. Maybe some question that takes time, you will be able to utilize from the time saved here. So move on with the allocated time. Like section B again, total you should allocate 54 minutes. And section C, you should allocate time on a per question basis, like 36 minutes per question, right? Each question is for 20 marks. So like each scenario when I say, so 20 marks into 20 into 1.8 is what? 36 minutes. So 36 minutes is what you should allocate to each scenario. If you are getting stuck anywhere, please don't just start wasting all your time on it. Leave that question. It's not like the examiner will give you extra marks for solving a difficult question. If the question is difficult, try it in the allocated time, but do not overspend your time on it. Move on to the next question. This feeling that you have to develop now of moving on, it's very difficult to develop. Because a lot of times students tell me that, ma'am, I knew all the answers, but I did not manage my time well. I could not attempt the full paper. You will lose the battle. Tell me, is it easier to pass, to get 50 out of a 70 very good attempted paper, or, getting 50 out of 100 attempted paper? Definitely, the probability of chance passing in the second is higher. So your goal should always be to attempt the 100% of the paper. Do not leave any question. Okay? And that's possible only if you manage your time properly right from the very beginning. So section A, 54 minutes, section B, 54 minutes, section C, 72 minutes. If you're able to save some time, go back to the question that you have flagged for review. Okay, but do not get stuck on any one question and eat away the time of the other questions. That should be very clear to you right from the first day, that you will not get stuck. You have to learn to move on. Wherever you are feeling stuck, leave it there. Move on, solve those questions, come back if time permits, but do not panic. Okay? Attempt the questions in any order. It's a computer based exam. No one gets to know what order you used to solve the answers. However, my suggestion would be to go for section A first. I'll come back to you, Bhavna. So, my suggestion would be to go for section A first, then section B, and finally section C, like in the logical sequence given in the exam paper. Because what happens is, initially when you start off the paper, now you're a little slow in your mind. You take your own plentiful time in solving the questions. If you give that time to section C, later it becomes a little difficult to cope up with the time because you spend too much time in writing your answers. So ideally, what happens is if you go for section A and B first, you'll be able to save a lot of time, which you can now use for section C properly. That should be the approach, and it will give you that confidence also that, okay, I have attempted 60 marks already once you have completed section A and B and just 40 marks left, and I have extra time also in my hand. So I can write better quality answers. So that should be the approach. Again, this is my suggestion, no rule. If during practice you feel that you perform better if you go for section C question first, you can do that. It can differ from person to person, from your own comfort levels. If you're comfortable in solving section C questions first, then do it. But do all this experimentation before the exam, not during the exam. Okay? So attempt the questions in any order. Approach should be to attempt easier ones first to make yourself reach a comfortable spot with marks. Okay? So first, there's this doubt from Bhavna. Practice classes, Bhavna, I will schedule it once we get into the practical chapters now, and there are some long questions which I want to solve with you. Later, I will schedule them during the weekdays. It will be early morning, like we'll start off at 7 o'clock and wrap up by 9:30 times. Okay, so that if you have office later, you can join there. But that will be like once in a week later on, not initially. Like initial 2-3 weeks, I don't normally get the questions to practice. We will keep on shortlisting the questions for practice session. Once we have sufficient questions, we will schedule a doubt or a practice session during the weeks to take up those questions. Okay, Bhavna? Then Varsha says for section C questions, if there is a 2 question to be done on the same spreadsheet, do we have to follow the order? Ideally, you should. You can leave some space, solve it below. But again, even if you solve it without following the order, it's fine. There's no such compulsion. But suggestion would be to do it in the order. Yes, in section C. Very good question. Luhar asks me, ma'am, will there be step marking in section C? Absolutely, yes. Section A and B, there is no step marking. Section C, you get step marking. Because it is evaluated by a human, they will see your workings. If you have done any silly error in between, it's not like they will mark whole of the answer incorrect. They will give you step marking. You have this marking guide available to you, like I was showing you, right? So the examiners follow that marking guide. If you have given appropriate correct points, they will give you appropriate marks. If some point is incorrect, they will leave it. Okay, so that's your time allocation part. And that's all from the orientation notes. Exactly what I'm telling you, Ruchita. The practice, being focused, these all are the strategies you should be following, starting early. I guess nothing like it. As early as you can start, it gives you a lot of mental calmness that okay, I've started early. I have to understand the concepts in depth and then practice the questions. So as early as you can start, as much practice as you can, that's the best strategy to get a rank. In fact, I'll tell you, My students have got better ranks than me. So I got world rank 2 in the AFM paper. One of my students, she got All India rank 1 and of course world rank 1 in the AFM paper. So my students have outpaced me. So you can also do that. Have that faith that okay, I'm on the right direction. We have seen ranks across all the subjects like AFM, FM, PM. So go with that flow, APM also. So just have faith, keep on studying, be focused, be consistent. I think that's the best strategy to pass the paper and get ranks. So, like I as I mentioned, I did CA first and then I went for ECCA. Like when I was in my CPT, like the foundation level papers of CA, that was back then in 2013, pretty young. So I had this, wallpaper in my study table that I'm sure all of you would have heard about it. Shoot for the moon, even if you miss, you land among the stars. So from the very beginning itself, I've always aimed for ranks. Like just to share with you, like in class 12 also, so I am from Assam. I got all Assam rank 1 in my commerce stream class 12. So, it's just that you always have to be focused that I'm doing for the best. Even if you miss, you will definitely, pass. And it was with this rank that I got an opportunity to travel to US, sponsored by Assam government. Okay. So just you need to be focused. And how much marks we need to score rank C? Again, that's a very subjective question. This time, the student who got world rank 1, not mine, not my student, just to clarify, the person who got first rank in the FM paper, I was just recently seeing, she got 97. So you have to get those marks. Again, it differs from paper to paper. FM is a little scorey paper as compared to PM. But then you have to definitely score above 90 to get the rank. That's something I can say for sure. But again, it differs from attempt to attempt. Some of the attempts are also difficult. You might not score as much. Okay. All right. Now, there are some basic foundational building block things which I want to discuss with you. So these orientation PDF PPT that you saw now, I will be uploading it on the LMS. As my team confirmed today, you'll be able to see the first set of notes only after the lecture is uploaded. Okay. But then as I keep uploading, you'll be able to see it on real-time basis also. So for the timing, I think the first set of notes take time to come on the LMS. So I've uploaded from my side. If anyone of you can check your LMS, just check for yourself. If you're able to see the PM orientation notes on your LMS, give it a cross check. If not, then also not a problem. My team confirmed that you should be able to see it once the lecture is uploaded. The first lecture that you're seeing right now, the recorded lecture, when it is uploaded, the first set of notes appear then on the LMS. If you're able to see, well and good. If not, you'll get to see them later. Not available, no? No problem. You'll be able to see them in a day or two. Once the team uploads the lecture, na, you will get to see the notes also. I've shared it with the team. You'll get them. Now let's come to the Excel file where we'll discuss some building blocks. So there is this formula sheet I've created for you, all the formula that you will need in your PM paper. See, currently it might seem too much that how will we remember this, but over the time as you go through these topics, they will all start coming naturally to you with all the concepts that we discuss. It's a long list of formula that you're going to learn about. Long list. But yes, as each topic comes, we will learn about them. I've summarized all the formula here for you so that you can revise it, revise using this quickly before the exam. So it will be very helpful before the exam. Okay. Yeah, all these sheets, everything, Faiz, will be shared with you. Don't worry. I will share this formula sheet also. Okay. So currently it might seem too daunting, but don't feel afraid. These topics we're going to cover with concepts. So these formula also you'll be able to remember properly. But it will be useful for a quick revision before the exam. So you'll get this formula sheet is there. And then you will see some extra sheets here, which we're going to discuss one by one. So first is this rounding off thing. Very important. See, especially in the skill level paper, in the knowledge level papers, this is extremely crucial. Because if you got the answer right, but you did not round it off properly, you just lose the marks. So that shouldn't happen. Okay. You need to round off properly. Let's do it one by one. Let's say while you are doing your workings for a particular question, you get the answer as 432.11. Okay. And the question is asking you to round to the nearest dollar. What will you put in the answer box? Everyone, please try along with me. Very good. We will be putting 432. Nearest dollar rounding means no decimal place. Okay, so we'll be putting 432 over here. Then round it to one decimal place. You have got this as the answer. What will you put in the answer box? 432.45 is what you're getting. So absolutely correct. If it's 432.45 and you have to round up to the first decimal place, this is the first decimal place. Look at the number immediately after it. And that is what? 5. So whenever a number is 5 and above, that is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Any one of these numbers, you round up the number. So here, the answer would be 432.5. You round up 4 to 5. Then, try this, round it to one decimal place. What will you put in the answer box? Absolutely correct. We will be putting 432.4. Now try this, round it to the nearest $100. Quickly try this. Very good. It will be 4,500, ma'am. How did you get 4,500? It tells me to round up to the nearest $100. What is the 100th place? This. What is the number immediately after 5? 3. So you will be doing lower rounding. So your answer will be 4,500. Then try this, round it to the nearest $1,000. What will be your answer? Absolutely right. It would be 57,000. Ma'am, why so? Because 6 is in the 1,000th place. And what is the number immediately after it? 7. So you will do an upper rounding. 6 will become 7 and the answer will be 57,000. Lastly, very, very important, please hold on. It says rounded to the nearest $1 million and it writes M outside the answer box. So what will you put in the answer box? There is M. M denotes million written outside the box. What will you put in the box? Absolutely right. 33. So million has got 6 places. Basically, this is the millionth place and this has got 6 digits after it. So what is the digit after the millionth place? 7. So you will need to do an upper rounding. It is a 33 million written outside the box. So I will not write 33 6 zeros. I will just write 33. Okay. So that is your answer. Right. So very simple discussion, but very useful discussion. Because if you don't do this correctly, you will lose your marks just due to rounding off. Don't let it happen. Next, I want to discuss very basic things like balance sheet, P&L with you all. So how does a balance sheet look like? Typical T-form balance sheet. All of you have passed out of class 12. You have done your accountancy lessons. This is how a typical balance sheet looks like. It has got equity share capital, reserves and surplus, debt and current liabilities on the left-hand side, and your non-current and current assets on the right-hand side. So the question, if it asks you to calculate capital employed, what does it mean? It means equity plus debt. Always remember, capital employed in a business is equity plus debt. So equity is what? Equity is what? Equity share capital plus reserves and surplus. So equity plus debt, can I write this equity plus debt, that is 100 plus 10 plus 70, can I say it is also equal to total assets, that is 200 minus current liabilities? I can say that. Right? I break down this total assets as non-current assets and current assets. Right? Total assets I can write down as non-current assets plus current assets minus current liabilities. What is current assets minus current liabilities? Working capital. So capital employed can also be written as non-current assets plus working capital. So if you see non-current assets and working capital and the question is asking you in some place that you need capital employed, you can add them up to get it. Okay. Otherwise, the prima facie definition of capital employed is equity plus debt. Okay. Then equity is what? Equity share capital plus reserves and surplus. Then a very basic costing P&L. All of you would be aware about it already. So we have sales. From sales, you deduct the variable cost. Ma'am, what do you mean by variable cost? Costs which change with every unit of production. As you keep on increasing the number of units, these costs keep on increasing. So variable cost is 60. I've just assumed numbers. And if you deduct variable cost from sales, the number that you get is called contribution. It's called what? Contribution. From contribution, if you deduct fixed cost, you get profit. What do you get? Profit. So contribution minus fixed cost is profit. That's a standard costing P&L. Again, we'll be doing details of it later also. But this is a basic format. And then financial P&L. How does it look like? You've got sales. You deduct operating expenses. See, depreciation is also an operating expense. I've just split it into two parts to give a nomenclature of operating cash flow also. So you've got sales, deduct the operating expenses, excluding depreciation. So you will arrive at operating cash flow. Then you deduct depreciation. Remember, depreciation is a non-cash expense. What is depreciation? A systematic allocation of the cost of an asset over its useful life. That is what depreciation is. It is not a cash flow. It's just an allocation of the cost of the asset which was incurred in the past. So depreciation I will deduct. Once I deduct it, I get the operating profit, which we also call as earnings before interest and tax or profit before interest and tax. So operating profit you will get. From operating profit you deduct interest. From EBIT you deduct interest. You get PBT. That is profit before tax. Then you apply the tax percentage on PBT. You get PAT. Then you deduct the preference dividends. You get the profits available for equity shareholders. From it, you deduct the equity dividend and you get the retained earnings. Ma'am, what do you mean by retained earnings? The profits which belong to the equity shareholders but retained in the business for further growth of the business. Okay. See, interest is a tax deductible expense. That is why we deducted it before we calculated taxes. But dividends, whether they are equity dividends or preference dividends, they are not tax deductible. And hence, they are put below over here after taxes have been calculated and paid. And wait for a moment, go through all these formats. Anywhere if you feel stuck, let me know. Go through all of them. Go through slowly, no hurry at all. Take your time. Let me know whenever you're done. Any doubt, please ask. Let me know when you're done. I'll scroll down. Is it done, everyone? Can I move ahead? Let me know if you're done or if you have any doubt. All right. So there are no doubts. Then let's move ahead. Now let's take a look at this very simple topic here. Units of measurement. So unit of measurement represents a standard quantity of output that allows to be measured. Basically, you go to purchase some biscuits from a shop. Let's say you purchase 5 biscuits. So what is the unit of measurement? Number of biscuits, right? This balance sheet, so the question is, ma'am, do we have to make T-form balance sheets in exam? You will not be required to make balance sheets at all in the PM paper. These are some just basic concepts which I need you to know so that if it comes naturally in some other discussion, you are not lost. Okay, you will not be required to make balance sheets. This was a very basic discussion I wanted to have with you. Okay, yeah. So, where was I? Let's say you go to buy some biscuits from a shop. So you're buying 5 biscuits. So what is the unit of measurement there? The number of biscuits, the number of units. So from the same shop, you're purchasing 5 liters of milk. So what is the unit of measurement? Liters. Let's say from the same shop, you're also purchasing 5 kgs of wheat. So what is the unit of measurement? Kg. So that's a simple unit of measurement. So simple unit of measurement is used when output can be expressed in one clear physical unit. Example, in an oil factory, the unit of measurement is liters. Then at the same time, we have a concept called composite unit of measurement. In many service industries, the output is not uniform and cannot be captured by a single measure. In such cases, a composite unit of measurement is used. A composite unit combines 2 or more related measures to reflect both the quantity and the complexity or duration of service. See, whenever you check into a hotel, they give you the rate on a per room night basis. Okay, so in a hotel, output is measured in room nights. So if I have to just show you something. Let's say I'm trying to book a hotel. Okay, initially for 1 room. I'm checking in on 7th, checking out on 8th. Tell me for how many nights I'll be staying in the hotel? If I'm checking in on 7th, checking out on 8th of December, how many nights am I staying in the hotel? 1 night. And how many rooms I'm taking? 1 room. Okay, I've selected a random hotel over here. What is the quote I'm getting? About 5,600 rupees. Okay, I'm getting 5,600 rupees over here. That's, what does it say? Per night. Sorry. Okay. So that's a per night basis, about 5,200 plus taxes. Let's take a round number over here, 5,200 approximately. Okay. So this is the room rent for each room for 1 night. Okay. Now let's say I check out on 9th, not 8th. How many nights am I staying? They're changing the rates anyways. But how many nights am I staying? 2 nights now. What is the fare they will charge me? So about this 5,300 per night. So if I try to book this right now, it will charge me 5,300 into 2. Okay, about 10,600. So if I click on book this now, some discount deals, I don't know what got added. But anyways, so 2 nights, 1 room. Okay. You can't do that. They will charge you for 2 nights then, because they have a checkout time. So normally, like in Indian hotels, we have a check-in time of 2 p.m. and checkout time of 12 p.m. So I can check in on 7th at 2 p.m. and I'll have to check out on 9th on 12 p.m. If I stay beyond it, then they will charge me for another night. Even if I leave on evening, I'm not staying for the night, but still they'll charge me for another day. Okay. So that was like for one room, one room I'm taking for 2 nights. Then it will be 5,300 into 2 plus taxes also. Now, let's say I take 2 rooms. How much will they charge me? 2 nights, 2 rooms, 10,800 plus taxes into 2. So this is the per night if I'm staying for 2 nights. So this is per night for 2 rooms. If I'm staying for 2 nights, like here in this case, 7 to 9, then I will be charged the double of it. Okay. So that is the concept of room night. Hotels always quote their rate on a room night basis. Hotel is a service industry. So in a hotel, output is measured in room nights, combining the number of rooms occupied and the number of nights stayed. So rent per room night, let's say if it is 10,000 rupees, if I'm taking one room for one night, the room nights will be 1. So the rent which I'll have to pay will be 10,000 into 1. If I take one room for 2 nights, okay, so that is 2 room nights, 1 into 2. So I'll be charged 20,000 rupees because I'm staying for 2 nights. Let's say I go along with my family, I take 2 rooms this time, but I'm staying for 1 night only. So 2 rooms for 1 night is also 2 room nights. The fare I will pay will be 10,000 into 2, 20,000. And finally, I go with my family, I take 2 rooms and I stay for 2 nights. So 2 rooms into 2 nights is 4 room nights. So the amount which I'll pay to the hotel will be 10,000 into 4, 40,000 rupees. Okay. So that's how you use units of measurement. Simple ones will be liters, kgs, numbers, like that. And composite, especially in service industries. Like here you can see rent per room night in, if you have to, go for freight, how many passengers, how many kilometers. Like for example, you're booking a flight ticket. Let's say you're booking a flight ticket and the fare is 5 rupees. Okay, I'm randomly writing. 5 rupees per kilometer. So if one passenger travels for, let's say, 1 kilometer, how much fare will he pay? 1 into 5, 5 rupees. If two passengers travel for 1 kilometer, how much fare will he pay? 2 into 5, 10. If two passengers travel for 2 kilometers, how much will they pay? 2 into 2 into 5, 20. So here we have the concept called passenger kilometers. Like for, let's say this is a bus fare. So in this case, it is passenger kilometer. I hope you're getting an essence of what I'm trying to tell. These all are relevant for service industries particularly. So it combines the quantity and the complexity or duration of service. So how many passengers, how many kilometers, how many rooms, how many nights. So you combine them and call it composite unit of measurement. Am I clear, everyone? Any doubt? Let me know. Is it clear? Love it. Let's move ahead then. So markup and margin as concepts. Always remember markup as a percentage applies on cost and margin as a percentage applies on selling price. Okay. So if cost is 100, markup is 20%. Tell me quickly, what is the selling price? What is the selling price? If cost is 100, markup is 20%. What is the selling price? $120. Absolutely correct. The markup, see, the way you might have calculated is you first calculated the markup as 100 into 20%, 20. Then you arrived at the selling price by adding the markup to the cost, 100 plus 20. But can I say this is 100 plus 100 into 20%? Right? 100 is the cost, 100 into 20% is the markup. So can I write this down as 100 open bracket 1 plus 20%? Simple basic maths from your class 5. So can I write it very simply? It's like this, 100 into 1 plus 20%. So this is the approach we're going to be following going forward. So that's why I'm discussing it here. Very basic calculation, but very important ones because you should be comfortable with this. Okay, so you can definitely calculate markup first, then calculate the selling price, but you should always strive to do a simpler calculation. So let's say you calculate the selling price like this, 100 into 1 plus 20% directly. Now similarly, try example 2. Selling price is 100, margin is 20%. What is the cost? 80. Absolutely correct. So selling price is 100, margin is what? 100 into 20%. So cost will be 100 minus 20. Can I simply write it as 100 into 100 minus 100 into 20%? So basic maths, I can write it as 100 into 1 minus 20%. So this is the approach you should be using going forward. 100 into 1 minus 20%. Then example 3, try this. Selling price is 600, markup is 32%. You have to calculate the markup. You have to calculate the markup. Quickly do it. $145. Absolutely correct. See how you have to do it is we'll be following two simple steps. We'll be following two simple steps. See, in your class 5, 6, what did we used to do? Let the missing value be X. Okay. So here, let cost be X. Then what would be the markup? 32% of X, which is 0.32X. And then selling price would be 1.32X. Then what we would do? We would solve this equation that 1.32X is equals to 600. Then if you solve for X, you get 600 by 1.32. That is your cost. So your markup, that is 0.32X will be what? 454 into 0.32. That is 145.45. But that's your class 5 steps, not something you should be using right now. So what we will be doing is, instead of assuming, because you can't use X in Excel, so what we do is let cost. So whichever value the percentage is applied on, assume it to be 100. Whichever value the percentage is applied on, assume it to be 100. Then markup will be what? 100 into 32%. And then selling price. Selling price would be what? If the cost is 100, selling price would be 132. So step 2, the formula which you're going to apply is given value divided by representative. What is the given value? 600 divided by its representative. What is the representative of selling price? 132 multiplied with the requirement. What is the requirement? Markup. So what is the markup? 32. So the answer is 145.45. The answer is 145.45. Very good. All of you got it right. You should be following these two steps only. Those of you who have studied from me before already know this. But those of you who are taking my class for the first time, please be 100% clear on these two steps. Very, very useful, not just in this paper, but across your entire ACCA journey, not just as a student, but as a professional also. Later when you work, this still you'll find it useful. Please take a look at it. Is both the step clear to you? Especially to those, I'm sure those of you who have already taken my classes are champs at it. But those of you who are studying from me for the first time, let me know if it is fine. I'll wait for you to confirm. Any doubt, please ask. So Faiz, what we are doing simply, this is a derivative of assume something to be X, then equate and solve. This formula which I've written over here, given value divided by representative multiplied with the requirement, is a derivative of those X's and all. So what you have to do, the given value, what is the given value? The question gave you $600, right? So, and you found out its representative by assuming some value to be 100. So what you do is, given value is 600 divided by its representative multiplied with, what do you want to calculate? Markup, multiply with the markup's representative, which is 32 over here. So you get the answer. You could have got it using assuming it to be X also, but then you can't use X's in Excel. Therefore, what we are doing is we are assuming that value to be 100. Whatever is the missing value, we are assuming it to be 100. Similarly, now everyone, please try example 4 on your screens. Cost is 600. Margin is 29%. You have to find out the selling price. Please do it. Follow the same steps which you see on your screen. Give me the answer. Apply step 1 and 2 as it is. All right, let's see what you're getting. 845. Let's check. So whichever value the percentage is applied on, assume it to be 100. Margin is applied on selling price. So let selling price be 100. Yeah. So let selling price be 100. Then margin will be what? 100 into 29%, 29. In that case, cost will be 71. So what is the given value? 600. So 600 divided by the representative, 71, into the requirement. What is the requirement? Selling price multiplied with 100. So very good. All of you got it right. 845.07. Let's do one more question here. Last question. Example 5. Material A and B comprise 40% and 60% of raw material requirement respectively. If material A is 850 kg, then how much of material B would be required? How much of material B would be required? Please try this quickly. Give me the answer. See what you're getting. 1275. That's true. So what did I tell you? Whichever value the percentage is applied on, assume it to be 100. So let total requirement be 100 kg. Then material A would be what? 100 into 40%. And material B would be 60 kg. So material A is given as 850 kg. Correct? So given value, that is material B material B is what? Given value 850 divided by representative, which is 60. Sorry, divided by 40 multiplied with the requirement. Requirement is of material B multiplied with 60. So the answer is, all of you got it right, 1275. Okay. So that's about the proportion thing which you need to know. Let's take a break here. We'll break for 15 to 20 minutes, and then post the break, we will continue our discussion. So few small topics left, and then we'll start off a new chapter from the PM curriculum. Okay. So refresh yourself, be back. We'll continue in about 15 to 20 minutes. Hello everyone, welcome back from the break. Let's continue our discussion. So the next thing that we have to discuss is a very simple thing over here. Please pay attention. So let's say a dividend paid by a company or any cash flow of a company is $100. Okay. And it is 108 in year 2, 112 in year 3, 125 in year 4. Okay. So growth in dividend in year 2 is what? So whenever you have to calculate growth, this is how you compute it. 108 by 100 minus 1. Ma'am, why such a formula? This formula is nothing but a mathematical derivation. So how do you normally compute growth? 108 minus 108, and then 8 divided by 100, 8%. Right? That's how you normally compute it. Can't I write this simply as 108 minus 100 by 100? Right? Further, I can break this down as 108 by 100 minus 100 by 100. That is what? 108 by 100 minus 1. That's what I'm doing over here. Please take a look. 108 by 100 minus 1. Okay. So going forward, whenever you have to calculate the growth, this is how you will do it. So this is the growth in dividend in year 2, growth in dividend in year 3, 112 by 108 minus 1, and growth in dividend in year 4 is 125 by 112 minus 1, which is 11.6%. So simple average growth, if you have to calculate, how do you compute? You can find out the average. This average function works in exam as well. So equals to average 8 and 3.7 and 11.6 is basically 7.8%. This is the simple average growth rate. If you have to calculate compounded average growth rate, ma'am, what do you mean by compounded average? That means growth on growth. Growth on growth. So basically, you compute it as 125 by 100. See, earlier in all the times we have calculated growth, we were doing it over 1 year. Here we are calculating the average growth rate over 3 years. So what do? This is a new addition to the formula, raised to the power of 1 by 3. Because we are computing the growth over 3 years, so we apply the formula raised to the power of 1 by 3, and minus 1 was there, is still there. So this is the average, compounded average growth rate. Can you verify that 100 will become 125 if an average growth rate of 7.7% is applied? So 100, then 100 into 1 plus 7.7%, that would be the dividend. Average expected dividend. Then 108 into 1 plus 10.7%, and finally 116 into 1 plus 10.7%. And you can see that it is matching exactly with the number that was here. So this compounded average growth rate means growth on growth. You can see I am applying the dividend, I'm applying the growth on the grown figure. See, 108 into 1 plus 10.7%, 116 into 1 plus 10.7%. So whenever you have to apply growth on growth, you apply the formula of compounded average growth rate. Okay, so that is about a simple concept called CAGR. Very important. See, these are all some basic building blocks which will help us whenever the topic like on these terms come later in the syllabus. Now, we will start off the first chapter. Simple average is not compounding basis, it's an average growth. Average of growths. Just like you calculate simple average in your investments also. So it's a simple average, not growth on growth, whereas compounded average calculates growth on growth. So the mode of calculation itself is different. That is why we are seeing difference in simple and compounded average. One moment. Huh? One minute. Okay. So the first chapter that you have is Management Information System and Data Analytics. So the first topic that you have here is what are information systems? The topic is Management Information System, the chapter name. So the first topic here is Information System. An information system is more than just a computerized tool. In today's environment, information technology, that is IP, is widely used across modern information system and it supports management at all levels. Information systems. Information systems consist of computer hardware, software, and communication networks to collect, store, process, and communicate information. Okay, so basically, the reporting systems which are used by companies, that is called the information system. It is more than just a computerized tool. It is it supports management at all levels. Okay. And how that is so? Firstly, it helps in planning, then controlling, and lastly, decision making. And how that is so? Planning information systems help management set the organization's long term strategic direction and assist in medium term and short term planning. They provide relevant data, trends, and forecasts that guide the future actions of the management. So, an information system supports management to do planning. Then, controlling. Information systems enable management to monitor how the organization is performing compared to the plan. See, setting up a plan is one thing, and then seeing whether the company is actually progressing towards it or not is another. And that's a part of controlling. So, information systems enable management to monitor how the organization is actually performing against the plan. So, when there is a significant deviation, the systems help managers identify the issue and take corrective action as well. Okay. So, management information system help you to identify issues and take corrective action. And lastly, decision making. Managers make decisions at various levels, that is, the strategic, tactical, and operational level. Information systems supply timely and accurate information, allowing managers to choose the best course of action. Okay. Now let's talk about each of these levels, okay? How planning is needed at strategic, tactical, and operational levels. First, we talk about strategic planning. What is strategic planning? Strategic planning represents the highest level of management within an organization. So what we are doing is levels of management. Strategic planning represents the highest level of management within an organization. It is usually undertaken by the board of directors or any governing body. So basically, it is usually taken up by the board of directors, the most senior level management. This level of planning focuses on setting long-term goals and objectives. Okay. It includes the following. Strategic planning includes the following. Number one, deciding which products or markets to enter. Top management determines where the organization should operate in the long run. Example, a company may decide to expand from selling only clothing to entering the footwear market. So that is the type of decisions which are taken at the strategic professional level. Okay, deciding which products or markets to enter. Then Management at the strategic level is also involved in investment decisions. Large capital investments are considered at this level, especially where returns will be realized over many years. Then, planning for environmental changes. When I say environment, it doesn't just mean natural environment, the overall environment of an organization. The organization prepares for external changes such as new regulations, technological shifts, or economic trends. So, example here, a firm may adopt digital technologies in anticipation. So, it's all about change management. So, a firm may adopt digital technologies in anticipation of a shift towards online consumer behavior. And lastly, identifying competitive advantage. So, senior management works to understand what sets the organization apart from the competitors. So, that's about strategic planning. Next level that we have is tactical management, or it's also known as or management control. Tactical management is generally carried out by middle level managers. It converts strategic plans into actionable steps. It includes the following. Number one, effective use of resources. Middle level managers ensure that resources are obtained and used efficiently to meet organizational objectives. Then, the role of the middle level management is to implement the strategic decisions. Middle level managers take broader strategic plans and develop specific programs or actions to achieve them. Example, example, if the strategic plan calls for expanding into a new market, the tactical manager might organize market research and design promotional campaigns. Then, thirdly, preparing and monitoring budgets. Annual budgets are prepared and actual results are compared with budgeted figures throughout the year. Then, lastly, the role of middle level management is recruiting staff. Managers identify staffing needs and recruit suitable employees to achieve the departmental goals. That's about tactical management or management control. And the last level of management is what? The operational management. Operational management deals with day to day running of the business. Managers at this level are responsible for the detailed functioning of the departments and routine activities. Operational management includes the following. Number one, routine planning. Tasks such as preparing staff schedules and assigning daily duties are carried out to ensure smooth operations at this level. Then, programmed decisions. These are decisions triggered by specific, often recurring conditions, usually supported by internal transaction data. And lastly, the role of operational management is transactions based on criteria or some rules which are set by the senior level management. So I'll give an example over here, which automatically reordering inventory when stock levels fall below the predetermined reorder point. And then lastly, transactions based on criteria or rules. So operational actions follow clear rules, especially when they involve maintaining continuity in business processes. So, example, stopping a production line when machine temperatures cross a safety threshold. So, this is the role of the operational management. I'll give you time to read. It's a very simple topic. Okay. So we talked about how information systems are relevant at various levels. So these are the levels of management. Okay. So first we have strategic planning. It's the highest level of management. Then we have practical management, which is the middle level managers, and operational management deals with the detailed or the day-to-day running of the business. Okay. Now I'll scroll up. Please go through the points that we have discussed over here. Any point that you're not understanding, let me know. I've put in examples wherever relevant. Please go through it. Let me know when you want me to scroll down or up anywhere. Scroll down. Sure. Let me know anyone if you want me to scroll up or down. Go through it. This is from the first chapter. MIS and data analytics. Teju, we keep updating the notes. I make changes to the notes. That's why I don't want to send it or share it with you beforehand. I'll give you the final version only. So, like currently, also I'm updating the notes. Some of the things I want to add, delete, I keep doing it along with the classes. Come to the class with an open mind, rather. It's good. It's good to be prepared, but for the classes here, come with an open mind. And the notes why I can't pre-share is because of the changes that we make. Okay, so these are the three levels of management and what is done, what all are the activities which are taken up, which level decides the pricing of the product. A very good question. Mostly it is done at the management control or the technical management level. That pricing decisions are taken at the tactical management level. It can be ratified with the senior management so that they can give a comparative lens with the competitors. Yes, VGLD book will include this theory. I'm just trying to make it crisper in a more tabular format for you with some examples wherever needed. This theory is there in the book as well. Let me just show it to you one second. Okay, now I'll show you. This is the PM book which you will get. And over here, if you see, this is all covered. Okay, the different levels of management, what all activities they do. Okay. Let's take a look at this question here. Vacation Lodge runs a 3-star hotels, a chain of 3-star hotels throughout the world. The company's head office is in New York, where the executive and non-executive directors are based. Each hotel has a management team headed by a general manager. The other management team members are the financial controller, the rooms division manager, the food and beverage manager, the sales and marketing manager, and the head of security. Each hotel has a restaurant manager who manages the restaurant staff, including the kitchen chefs. Describe the 4 types of plans prepared by the directors, the management teams, and the restaurant manager. For each plan, describe the control measures which can be used to see how well the plan is being achieved. Look at the answer here. It's not an exhaustive list, it's just an illustrative list. Your answers could be different. It's not the type of question you can expect in exam, not such open-ended questions. But yeah, so just for understanding the concept of the different levels of management, the type of plans they make, and what all control measures they can put in place. So board of directors, they will make 5-year financial plan. Okay, any new hotels that they want to open, any new state or country there that they want to set up their hotels. Then what would be the control measure they will keep in mind? What is the actual profit versus the plan, and monitoring the progress towards achievement of those profits. Then management team, that is the middle level management, they will create the annual budgets. They will have the staff headcount, how much staffing they will need to do. Control measure here would be what? Compare actual performance against the budget. Occupancy rate, like how much is the hotel occupied? Is it like occupied up to 50% or up to 90%? So higher the occupancy, the better it is. And then actual versus the plan. Then the restaurant manager, he will be planning around the menu and staff rota. Staff rota, like the staff, they will be on some rota. It's called a rota, as in who will be coming to the restaurant when. Because restaurants are open 24/7, or maybe like not even not for 24 hours, maybe 7 days a week. But so you who will take the weekly off when, who will be doing what exactly? So that will be decided by the restaurant manager. Then control around it would be how much food is getting wastage. Is it too much? Then staff attendance. Is the staff coming to the restaurant as per the respective rota? Okay. That's an example question on planning and controlling by the different levels of management. Now, let's talk about. So, we understand what an information system is. It is the entire setup to collect, store, process, and communicate information. Who makes and checks the control? So, it is decided by the entire management team. The control measures could be suggested by the bottom level management to the top level management and ratified by them, or these control measures could be implemented directly by the top level management. Okay, so that the performance can be monitored properly. But of course, there will be some governance mechanism so that it's not like I am monitoring my progress on my own. So I'll keep very easy measures in that case. So that's not how it works. There will be a senior authority who will be ratifying your measures for control. Okay. Now let's take a look at what are the costs of information system. The first is pre-implementation or development costs. I'll just state it in the note format and then we'll discuss. So what are the costs of information system? Number one, pre-implementation or development costs. These include analyzing existing business processes and determining how they can be automated in the new system. Example, reviewing the current sales order procedure before creating an automated sales order system. So what you will do is you will first do the analysis of how the steps are being carried out currently so that you can automate it in the new information systems. Then initial setup costs. This includes your hardware purchases, software licenses, which is often based on the number of users which are going to use them, and installation expenses. Example, buying new servers and purchasing user licenses for an ERP system like SAP and Tally, for example. So if you are setting up any information system, then you will need to buy the servers which can accommodate the new system. Then data conversion costs. Historical information must be moved from old format such as paper files or spreadsheets into the new system. Okay, so that is converting 5 years of sales data from Excel into the new database. Then training and IT support. Staff need training to use the new system, and ongoing technical support is required to maintain it. Example, conducting user workshops for the finance team after installing the new accounting software. Then modifications and upgrades. Systems require updates over time to improve the performance or add new features. So that will also be a cost of information system. And lastly, communication charges. These relate to connectivity requirements such as internet access or internal networking. Example, paying for increased bandwidth to support the cloud-based applications. I'll zoom out. Please go through the very simple what all costs are there if you have an information system. Please go through it. Any point that you're not understanding, let me know. Go through it. Let me know if you get any doubts. Yeah, Govind is done. Others also, please go through it. Let me know if you get any doubts. Let me know when you're done, then we'll move ahead. So we see that information systems, they have a lot of costs. Then why do we even take them? What are the benefits of having an information system in place? So in the next note, we will cover that with some examples. Now let's take a look at the benefits of information system. Firstly, better strategic information. Management gains a comprehensive overview of the organization, improving the long-term decision making. Example, dashboards showing profitability by product. So if a company deals in multiple products, okay, so I've literally seen and used this. So for example, when I was working with Pernod Ricard India, they have a lot of products, a lot of brands, right? Like let's say Royal Stag, then Blenders Pride, then 100 Piper. So these are different brands which the company has. Now we will actually track the profitability at a product level because the more premium a brand is, higher is the contribution which the company makes out of it. So information systems are very useful to track the information at a product level. All the revenue, all the costs, they are tracked at the product level. It helps in giving management more strategic information. Example, dashboards showing profitability by product line help directors plan the future investments. Then, so just to give you a practical example on this, if you have tracked the news, you may know it. So one of the brands, like Imperial Blue, okay, it is a very basic level alcohol brand, and it creates very low margin for the company. So we had been tracking it over the years, and we knew that the company is actually making very limited margin out of it. The volume is big, but the margin per bottle is very less. So eventually, as the company decided to move towards premiumization, it sold off this brand. If you follow the news, just in this year, Pernod Ricard India sold Imperial Blue. Okay, it no longer owns this brand. So this is the type of information which can come out of informations and help the information systems and help the senior level management take decisions like this, strategic decisions, because they wanted to move towards premiumization. They got rid of the lower segment brands and they are now adding newer brands at the premium level. Then customized information and lower clerical efforts. Systems can generate tailored reports, reducing manual work and saving time. Example, managers can instantly generate a customized monthly sales report instead of compiling it manually. Then, greater efficiency in using data. Data becomes easier to process and can be presented in multiple formats suitable for different users. Example, the same sales data can be viewed as a table by the finance team or as a chart by the marketing team. So you can format the data in a lot of different ways. Then, real time information for quick improvements. Immediate access to data helps organization respond faster to operational needs. Example, real time tracking of customer orders allow quicker resolution of delivery delays. Okay, go through it. Any doubt, if you get, let me know. Very simple topics, okay? Let's move to the next one. Now we talk about information technology. Information technology covers the system and tools used to store, process, and share information within and outside an organization. The following technologies are commonly used. So number one, we have internet. So internet is a global network that connects millions of public, private, academic, business, and government network worldwide. Okay. It is an important information source for businesses because it provides access to vast and updated data. Okay. Like what? Like competitor information. You can get competitor information. Businesses can study the competitors' websites to understand pricing, product features, and market strategy. Then, access to online publications, news archives, and online journals help organizations stay informed about market trends and industry developments. And lastly, online databases. Databases offer details of potential customers, suppliers, and trade partners. All of this information you can get from information from internet. Okay. Then next you have intranet. What is intranet? An intranet is a private internal network accessible only to authorized users within an organization. It allows information to be shared securely among the employees. So, what can you do using intranet? Number one, controlled internal access. Employees access only the information relevant to their roles to maintain confidentiality. So, intranet allows only the relevant information. For example, if you ask me, like HR records, is it available to all the employees in the company? No. HR records are visible only to HR staff, not to all employees. Let me put this down here as well. Then collaboration and document sharing. Teams can work together through shared documents, portals, and communication tools. Example. So a university. So currently, like I'm also doing this. Now, when I'm uploading the notes on your LMS, I'm doing it through an intranet. Not everyone can access that link to upload the lectures or see the to upload the notes or see the notes. Like you are also a part of an LMS. So it's a part of an intranet. It is an internal network access only to authorized users within an organization. So when you are accessing the LMS, you are authorized users of the LMS. It allows information to be shared securely among the employees of the different users. So while I am also uploading the notes, I am also uploading it on the intranet. Okay, so private links which are accessible only to the authorized users. So a university provides lectures with an intranet portal to upload notes, class schedules, and communicate with the departments. Okay, so that is intranet, a private internal network. Okay, and then this also supports remote working. Absolutely. You are sitting in different corners of the country, but you are all able to access the same classes through this network, right? So internet enables employees to access information even when working away from office premises. That is intranet. And lastly, we have one second. Okay, two more points. So then we have wireless technology. Wireless technology, all of us, we are using it. Wi-Fi. So wireless technology allows data to be transmitted between devices without physical cables. It uses radio frequency, infrared, satellite, and similar communication methods. It is used for quick and flexible data transfer. So here we have wireless technology includes Wi-Fi communication, then mobile networks, Bluetooth connectivity, and RFID tags. Ma'am, what are they? What are RFID tags? Rest we know. What is Wi-Fi? We have all used it. Mobile networks, we are all using it. Bluetooth, we have used it. Ma'am, what is RFID tags then? Let me. Okay, I have some videos here to show you about RFID. so that you understand what they are. It's basically used a lot in inventory management systems. Let me show you this video.
RFID technology is everywhere, and today Kestronics, with the help of Zebra's range of RFID products, are going to explain to you how using RFID can simplify and streamline your business. We begin our journey in clothing manufacturing. Rain RFID tags are attached to garments. These tags look like a standard tag, but hold a transmitter which helps to book stock in, speed up the stock take, and more. Now manufacturing is done and it's on to distribution. When stock is brought into the warehouse, there's no need to check in every item manually, as the fixed RFID antenna picks up the signals from the Rain RFID labels to confirm if the box you have received on the shipment is correct. This gives you more time for other jobs or even a cheeky tea break. You used to only have time to do a stock take once a year. If your items have Rain RFID labels, you can do a stock take once an hour, once a day, or as many times as you need. Ultra-high frequency RFID readers can detect up to 900 items per second and automatically log them into your computer system. Previously, you relied on looking up SKUs and working out how many of one size or color you had. Now, size, color, and style can all be logged just by walking up and down an aisle. But don't worry, you don't have to be an expert to deploy your
That was a quick video to explain you the purpose of RFID tags. I hope you got an idea. So basically, instead of doing a physical count of all the inventory, you put those RFID tags on the clothes and just walk around with the sensor. It automatically counts all the items which are lying in inventory, right?
Hello.
Like now this link. Next component of information technology is network technology. A network is a group of devices connected by physical or wireless links to share information. Network technologies help organizations communicate efficiently across different departments and locations. So there are 4 types of network technology that we have. First is LAN. A LAN connects computers within a limited area, such as an office or building. Example, office desktops connected to the same printer through a LAN. So those of you who are working, I'm sure you would have seen it. Our office desktops are connected to the same printer through a LAN. Okay. Then we have wide area network. So WAN connects devices over a larger geographical area, including globally. Example, the internet. Internet is an example of worldwide area network only. It is the largest WAN. Then we have storage area network. A SAN links multiple servers to specialized high-speed storage system. Example, banks. Banks use SAN to store and access large volumes of transaction data securely. See, so many transactions are happening with the banks. So they maintain a high-speed storage system, and that's called storage area network. Okay. And lastly, we have virtual private network. A VPN allows users to access a private network securely over the internet. Example, employees traveling abroad use a VPN to log in with the company system as if they were in office. Okay, so that is a virtual private network. So these all are the components of information technology. First was internet, then intranet, the private network of a organization, then wireless technology, and then we have network technology. I'll zoom out a little. Please go through the note. Very simple discussion. I've put in examples wherever relevant. What is information technology and how is it relevant in the topic of information systems? Please go through it. Any point that you're not understanding, let me know. Let me know when you want me to scroll down. Let me know when you want me to scroll down. Go through it. No hurry. Take your time. Sure. Done now. Perfect. Next topic. So this chapter is Mostly theoretical, don't get disheartened. Trying to put in examples as much as possible for you to make it easy. The next topic that we have is principal controls. Like what type of controls that you have on information. Okay. Controls on information. Controls are essential to ensure that internal information, is produced and distributed in a useful, efficient, and reliable manner. They help avoid unnecessary cost, duplication, and information overload. Our class timing is till 9 p.m., 4 to 9 p.m. Okay. So, what is the one second. What is the purpose of such controls? Controls are procedures governing the creation and distribution of internal information aim to ensure its relevance, efficiency, and accuracy. Producing reports only when necessary. Reports should be prepared only when the value they provide is greater than the cost of producing them. That should be ensured at all times that if you're preparing reports, then the cost of preparing the report should not be higher than the benefit which you get out of using the report. Then, sending reports only to relevant managers. Information should be directed only to those who need it. Sending every report to all managers can cause information overload, reducing the likelihood that even the people you are sending out to will read the reports. Then, avoiding duplication of information. Controls ensure that the same information is not reported multiple times in different formats. And lastly, the purpose of controls, having controls on information, is including only relevant information. Reports must contain only what is necessary for decision making and avoiding unnecessary detail. Okay, so that's the purpose of control. And lastly, what type of controls do we have on information? Several controls help regulate the way internal information is generated and distributed. So, two primary controls that we see is that standardizing report formats. And this, I'll tell you, is very important when you're working in corporates. You will have a lot of reports to make. If you try to standardize them, you will be able to use the information in a more optimum manner. The structure, layout, and content of reports should be agreed upon in advance to ensure consistency and clarity. I'll tell you an example. Let's say you are collating some information from the north, south, east, west divisions of the company. You're collating the sales information for the past year, current year, expected sales, competitor sales, or different information that you're collating at different levels. Now, North Division makes its own format, South makes its own format, East makes its own format. Everyone is making their own format. They're giving you the information, but the formats are different. Think about the person who will be utilizing these reports. He will go crazy when he sees so many different formats. So it is very important in organizations to have standardized reporting formats so that the information remains meaningful. And lastly, providing clear distribution lists. Each report should have a defined list of recipients, ensuring information reaches the correct people and avoids unnecessary circulation. Okay, so these are the controls on information, the purpose, and the types of control. Please go through it. Yeah. Perfect. Let's move ahead then. The next topic that we have here is confidential information. So you are having information system, but the information in those systems could be confidential, right? So confidential information requires strong security measures to ensure that systems, data, and users are protected from unauthorized access or misuse. So here we're going to see a lot of controls which are there to ensure that the confidential information remains safe. So first we have the general security controls. Okay. So training staff in security procedures. Organizations should ensure employees have a security aware mindset and follow security best practices. Example, employees should be trained to recognize phishing emails and avoid clicking on suspicious links. And I'll tell you a very funny example here. So, a lot of times the companies they send out fake mails on their own to their employees just to check if the employees are aware of this security procedure or not, that they should not click on phishing emails. Ma'am, what are phishing emails? Fake emails which look genuine. Okay. So once there was my team member, she was reporting into me, and the IT team of the company sent out phishing emails to some selected people, and she was also one of the recipients. And she was not careful enough. She clicked on that link, and it landed on, like, you got caught. You are not aware of the information system best practices, and then she had to go through a long training of 4 to 5 hours just because she was not information system security aware. Okay. So this is very, seriously seen in organizations. Then, so you train the staff to ensure that they're aware of these procedures. So organizations should ensure employees have a security aware mindset. Then authorization for access and change routines. Only authorized personnel should be able to access or modify important systems. Example, a developer should not be able to edit live banking software without approval from senior IT security. Then segregation of duties. Responsibilities should be divided to minimize risks. Example, a software developer can write code but should not deploy it to production. So the person who has developed the code should not take it to the live environment. This should be done by a separate team who can, so that you can have a control check mechanism. Then vetting job applicants. Organizations should thoroughly screen new hires for any potential security risks. Sometimes your competitor may be trying to plant a resource in your company to steal confidential information. Example, a company conducts background checks before hiring employees to handle financial transactions. A lot of times companies, they have this internal pact that you will not hire from my employees from my company and I will not hire from you, so that both these scenarios could lead to interchange of confidential information which they would want to avoid. Then security procedures for terminated staff. When an employee leaves, their access should be immediately revoked. Example, when an IT admin resigns, their company login and email account should be deactivated immediately, or else they might access some confidential information and steal it or use it. If he is disgruntled employee, he can do anything. And lastly, risk analysis on sensitive staff. Organizations should monitor employees for potential security risks like disgruntlement, that is dissatisfaction. Example, a disgruntled employee with system access could pose a threat. So regular risk assessment should be conducted. It's a very interesting topic, very simple also. Like, what are the general security controls around confidential information? Please take a quick look at it. Let me know if you have any doubts. Most of the points, any point that you need help with, let me know. Yeah. Okay, everyone is clear. So then we'll pause here for the day and we'll continue tomorrow, same time on this topic. And just join in. No, nothing to revise today. Join in with a fresh mind tomorrow. Okay. Thank you so much for joining in today. We'll see you again tomorrow. Bye bye. And please take care of yourselves. Have a good night.